Okay. Welcome to the third hearing of the committee's inquiry into restrictions on public lands and waterways. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, traditional custodians of land on which we are meeting today. I pay respects to elders past, present, celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today. My name is Mark Benazic. I'm chair of the committee. I ask everyone in the room to please turn their mobile phones to silent. Parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing, so I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants. I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures. So I welcome both witnesses we have this morning. Thank you for taking the time to give evidence. Could each witness, starting with you, Dennis on my left, please state your name, position, title and swear either an oath or affirmation, please.
My name is Dennis Donald. I represent the AFA of New South Wales. I solemnly, sincerely, truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Mr.
Stan Constantaris, current chair of the Recreational Fishing Alliance of New South Wales. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Now, would either of you like to make a short opening statement before we go to questions?
Yes, I'd like to make one. Thank you, Mark. Good morning. My name is Dennis Donald. Sorry to replicate. Retiring, 80 years of age, representing the Amateur Fishermen's Association of New South Wales, which was established in 1895. We thank the Legislative Committee for accepting our submission for the Select Committee to consider the contents in regard to the matter here today. Our concerns are the barriers which hinder aged and disabled people to participate in any recreational activity, especially where public land, waterways, facilities are provided. However, unfortunately, it would appear that due to limited consultation, accessibility is an issue for many aged and disabled people who have an impairment, thereby do not have the same opportunities as people with no impairment. In discussions with older people and disabled people that have a physical disability reduces their enthusiasm, opportunities and well-being when they encounter barriers associated with recreational activities. Thereby they have to consider alternatives or forgo their intentions for recreational enjoyment. Many older people, retirees, participate in boating, and although floating pontoons have been installed at public boating facilities, the majority have no enhancements for safe accessibility such as sections of handrails, steps or ladders providing safer embarking and disembarking from the deck of a pontoon to the floor of a boat and vice versa. Irrespective whether public boating facilities have floating pontoons or not, access is required on the concrete ramp associated with launching and retrieving boats, and many facilities are impacted by marine growth, which is extremely slippery, and also debris located on the concrete ramp and adjoining waters from time to time. Perhaps the relevant Act legislation needs to be reviewed to ensure that the aged and disabled have the same opportunities as everyone else. The state government agencies and councils, DIPs, do not reflect safe accessibility for any recreational activity where the aged and disabled are attempting to participate. The state government agencies' data relating to the aged and disabled for participation in recreational activities remains inconsistent and fragmented, with limited benefits identifying through quality design, infrastructure and enhancements that will indeed provide substantial benefits of accessibility for the aged and disabled to engage their favourite recreational activities. The federal, state government and also the ABS all declare that we have an ageing population and that more than 50% of people aged over 60 years have some form of disability, with the majority being physical. The Australian Disability Strategy 2021-2031 identifies that more than 1 in 6 Australians have a disability and that infrastructure must be designed for different needs of people as they age. It will be important to ensure that they are appropriately designed for use for all people, including older people. Thank you.
Chair, committee members, thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today on behalf of the Recreational Fishing Alliance of New South Wales. The RFA represents recreational fishers across New South Wales who are increasingly concerned about the gradual loss of access to public lands and waterways. While recreational fishing is enjoyed by more than 1 million people annually, access to the places where people fish, boat, paddle, walk, and connect with nature is steadily being reduced through closures, restrictions, deteriorating infrastructure, and a lack of investment in maintaining public access. This is not simply a fishing issue. It affects families, elderly residents, people living with disability, regional communities, and Australians who expect that public land should remain accessible to the public wherever possible. The Alliance accepts that there are circumstances where access restrictions may be necessary to protect environmental, cultural, or safety values. However, we believe restrictions should be based on evidence, subject to genuine consultation, and only implemented after less restrictive alternatives have been properly considered. One of the case studies highlighted in our submission is Cooper's Island in the Eurobodella, which is on the far south coast. Whilst this inquiry is rightly focused on broader systemic issues rather than individual disputes, we consider the Cooper's Island Causeway matter to be highly relevant because it illustrates many of the challenges faced by communities across New South Wales when long-established access is lost. The Alliance remains confused as to why advice provided by New South Wales Land Registry Services, including that Cooper's Island Causeway appeared to form part of the bed of Turos Lakes, was seemingly not given greater consideration during the decision-making process. We are also confused as to why advice from local land services and other relevant evidence appears to have received limited weight. While we respect the role of the Crown Solicitor and government agencies, we believe that circumstances surrounding Cooper's Island warrant further scrutiny as a case study in how public access decisions are made and whether all relevant evidence is being adequately considered. Our key message today is simple. Public access should not be lost by default. Government agencies should start from a position of asking how access can be retained safely and sustainably, rather than how access can be restricted or removed. The RFA believes New South Wales needs a stronger framework that protects existing access, improves transparency, requires meaningful consultation, invests in accessible infrastructure, and recognises that public lands and waterways are shared inheritance that should remain available to future generations. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before the committee, and I welcome your questions.
Okay, thank you, gentlemen. The committee's just resolved to have free flow questions, so questions can come from anywhere, including people may appear in front of you on the screen. So I might just kick off and then I'll throw to my colleagues. Just a joint question to both of you. Do you feel that government agencies or departments' attitude towards assessing access has changed, in that it's shifted away from being open and transparent and shifted more towards concerns around liability or concerns around having, the cost of maintaining access rather than the value of actually maintaining that access for the public?
Yes.
Very much so, in so much that, sorry, I can go back to ages ago, back to 2007, when I first started to communicate with Maritime, excuse me, and various ministers or agencies regarding safer access to our waterways for recreational purposes. The main issue initially was Sydney Harbour, and what we found over a period of time, although there was various commitments and that when the better boating program started off and what have you, and that there was a commitment to provide funding for that. And then what's happened over a period of time is that funding has dwindled significantly, although the revenue has increased significantly to the point that last financial year, 24-25, the revenue achieved from recreational boating was $67.9 million. So that figure will only grow annually according to Maritime or Transport for New South Wales. Having said that, they were provided a grant was issued in 2025, called the Boating Infrastructure Community Grants Program, where there was $23 million, but 1.5 was taken out for administration. So you finished up with about $21.5 million over a 4-year period. So when you look at the income for the next 4 years from 2025, the income is going to achieve is going to be around the $300 odd million, but all it's been given back to boaters, when I say boaters, I'm sorry, to the community under this grants program is $21.5 million. So it's basically, it's less than $6 million a year, although they're achieving, as I said, $67.9 million income. As well, the community grant, the original grants program for the Better Boating program was aimed at mainly targeted at boating. Now it's moved away from that, and although with the grant system for the community grants program, there was 46 successful applicants. I can only find 4 that truly relate to safer access for boating, and as you may note, you have to use a cane to get around with, and what have you now, to the point I have to give up boating because with public boating facilities, although there's been pontoons put in, or floating pontoons, there's no enhancements. There's nothing to grab hold of to get in and out of the boat. Also, we've had meetings with Maritime, as Stan can attest to, where they said there was going to be commitments at Coffs Harbour, and then that was canned, and we have supporting documentation to substantiate that. But what I've also found is, which is very frustrating, in trying to deal with the agencies, it's nearly impossible because no one agency wants to take ownership. For instance, most of the boat ramps, the public boat ramps, are owned or managed by councils, right? But local government are not interested. Councils are not that interested. They all have inclusion plans, but there's nothing in there for recreational purposes, and not specifically boating, but just recreational purposes in general, right? And then when you talk to community justices, oh no, it's not really us, it's transport. When you talk to the Minister for Local Government, no, it's not really us, it's transport, right? So what happens is you get led around from agency to agency and you achieve nothing. So yes, to answer your question, no, the agencies are not communicating effectively, and quite frankly, there's a lack of communication with the older sector. And when you look at the statistical information, Maritime have nothing in regard to the condition of boat ramps, what enhancements or what's available there for the general public, and as well, one particular council in the Sydney Basin has signage up now saying you use this facility at your own risk. And so, at the end of the day, an aged boater that goes to a boat ramp can either, one, if there's a pontoon, try and use the pontoon, which is nearly an impossibility, or use the ramp, and the ramp's going to usually have marine growth, which is extremely slippery, or have debris on there, and I've taken many of a photograph to substantiate that. And so, really, our older population that want to enjoy boating are uninhibited.
One of the things I've noticed in the 20 years that I've been doing this is just our departments are really understaffed, and it is really hard to find people willing to go the extra yard. 10, 15 years ago is a different matter. You talk to someone that would follow something through. Now we're talking to people in departments, and it goes up 5 or 6 levels, comes back down, and it is getting too hard to do anything and make any progress. And as Dennis said, we are injecting a lot of money into the economy through our boating licenses and fishing licenses. Excuse me.
Yeah.
And we're finding that we're being told, if you want to access this bit of land, go and get your own survey. Go and speak to this person. Go get your own legal advice. And it's very difficult for community-based groups like ours who operate on the smell of an oily rag. I mean, we get a couple of $1,000s a year. We're both here. I know Dennis is retired, but we're here at our own cost and at cost to our jobs as well to make the time. And we do all our work after hours, and it's increasingly frustrating to find people out there who are willing to help, genuinely help. Paying lip service, well, we're sick of that, aren't we? It happens non-stop. We'll do this, we'll do that. Nothing happens. So I feel, and that's the general feeling I get from the departments, can you get us more money, Stan? Can the RFA lobby, we need more people on the ground. We need people on the ground to go out there and survey some of these Crown roads and Crown lands and to see what access opportunities we can go. We need people out on the ground to go and survey our boat ramps to see exactly how, user-friendly they are, especially for the elderly and disabled community. It's just not there, and they just keep saying, well, you go and find the money, you go and find the money. And I'm going, well, hold on, we're stakeholders here. We raise a lot of revenue, $50 million in boating fees, licence fees, $17 million a year in our fishing fee. It's not a bottomless pool of money either. We've got to be, and in our committees, our expenditure committees have to be quite diligent, and that's spread evenly across the state. But it is finding it really difficult in agencies, people in agencies to genuinely help. And I think, Chair, you said there is a genuine reluctance for staffers to go out and make decisions on their own or take the ball and run with it. You know, everything has to be 5 or 6 layers of red tape, you know, even for us to walk on a bit of land. You know, here's the map stand, here's the dotted line on the maps, but be mindful of that the maps aren't accurate. You can't trespass on private property. You know, well, can you help me? And they say, well, no, you need to go out and get your own advice. So, yeah, things have changed from where they were 10, 15 years ago. Departments have got super departments now, less people doing, you know, the same amount of work. And in fact, that I think there's greater transparency now. Our availability of, you know, historical documents online, our willingness to use GIPPers and petition for SO 52s has really opened our eyes into, you know, what needs to be done. And a lot of that is that, yeah, I think some of the departments are really struggling. I mean, a reduction in staff numbers in Crown Lands impacts us as stakeholders. It impacts on everything we do. It impacts communities. So it's a genuine concern of ours that, yeah, I don't think it's going to get any better before. It's going to continue to get more difficult to operate in this space.
Just referring to Stan mentioned about audit of an inspection of Crown land and also infrastructure, voting and what have you, and that. In the meeting, we approached Transport for New South Wales about an audit of boat ramps, and there was no real appetite initially. We even developed a pro forma, which you could then go out and identify certain aspects of a facility. And Stan and I went and done a number of ramps around Sydney, and I done a lot of ramps on the south coast and what have you. And when we presented that document to Maritime, they sort of looked at it and said, "Oh well, yeah, it needs to be done. It's a good idea, but we don't have the money." And then so what happened was that, "Oh well, can you get somebody else to give us an idea of what it would cost?" So Stan organised for a company called Decky to give a presentation and the pricing, etc. That was provided to Maritime, and it went nowhere. And all the encourage. And by the way, we even reached out to Marine Rescue, in so much that they receive a levy from recreational boating every year, and it's in excess of $6 million. And when I reached out to Marine Rescue, if they could be involved in doing audited boat ramps because Transport Maritime had no funds, they said, no, it's not in our charter. So really, the only way we'll ever identify the facility or access and facility of infrastructure is from people, individuals going out and collecting the data.
Are you able to, just on notice, are you able to provide the committee a copy of that audit
Absolutely.
spreadsheet?
Yes. It's in the back of my RFA initial presentation, and the back of it is the profile. There's a Decky proposal as well, some of the information there. So we're all about, you know, we just don't whinge. We do offer up really sound solutions that we know work, that there are private individuals out there who will help, and there are things that, you know, knowing the limitations that departments might have, that we offer up these solutions. And well, I mean, working with Transport for New South Wales has been frustrating. Everything we've come up with, it just gets knocked on the head. Like even a basic handrail that I had one of my club members make up to attach to a wharf cost me $100. Took it into a meeting and said, "Well, it's $100. I'll go out and put it on for you. I'll get, you know, pay for 50 of them. We'll go and install them. We're quite qualified. We're all tradesmen. We get the right people out there. We'll do whatever you need. You know, safe work method statements, SOPs, everything." It just goes nowhere. Like, so it's still sitting in the back of my car. It's been there for 2.5 years. I travel around with it and I look at it and I get quite frustrated.
Yeah, there's no consultation with boaters per se, whether they be young, old, or whatever. I mentioned before that there was an attempt in so much with we were asked in our various meetings with Transport Maritime as to which facilities would be appropriate to install enhancements. And what we suggested was 3 sites, and the first site was Coffs Harbour, because that was a fairly new site. It was only officially opened in late 2024, and that was $14 million for that site plus, and it has ongoing issues, but nevertheless, that was when it was opened, and it could accommodate up to 50 parking spaces, and had most of the things we required. It was then agreed that, as I said, there would be enhancements installed there by way of ladders to be able to climb in and out of a boat, and hand railing to grab hold of, and what have you, to assist, and so on and so forth. We received artists' impressions and what have you of where the locations of those would be. And as I said, we were informed it was going to proceed then, the Coffs Harbour, and we selected that because of it being new and $14 million. The next one we selected was Wharf Road in Sydney, which has been disrupted because of the Parramatta Light Rail system. Well, that's gone nowhere now. But with the Coffs Harbour, just to revisit that very quickly, and that is that we were communicating with the project manager that was appointed and what have you. We went to the point of finding fabricators in Coffs Harbour that could make these handrails and ladders locally. We dealt with the actual manufacturer of the floating pontoons who had these components off the shelf. And also Maritime owned that infrastructure at Coffs Harbour, so they didn't have to liaise with council or anybody in particular. And as I say, these were off the shelf. And then the project manager departed in May of 2025. A new project manager was appointed. And then I received correspondence in August advising me the project wasn't proceeding.
Todd, just one more question before I throw to my colleagues. To you, Mr. Tronsantaris, you spoke about Cooper's Island, and obviously it's a festering sore, which I've been following as well. Can you talk about how, if things were done better in terms of what you've recommended, how that issue would have been resolved?
I think one of the things we recommend is greater engagement. So I think it would have been very relevant that local stakeholders were engaged very early by Crown Lands. I'd also go as far to say, and with all due respect to the Crown Solicitor's Office, that the Crown Solicitor should have, engaged the locals and gone through some of the issues and dealt with them. Crown Solicitor has missed vital pieces of information, we think, has completely ignored the local attachment, the Indigenous attachment to the area. It doesn't appear in their ruling. And I know I have provided an update to the committee. I've also got another update that if the committee likes, I can send that through. We've recently received another GIPA from the Crown Solicitor's Office, which we asked for their evidence brief and how they got to their fixture argument. So we've got that, and I've got another update here, which I'm quite happy to pass through as well. But to do things differently, I think at some point when that advice was delivered to Crown Lands from the Crown Solicitor's Office that said the causeway was a fixture to private land, that at that point the community should have been engaged by Crown Lands rather than Crown Lands send a letter out saying this decision is definitive and final and not negotiable. And that's led to Eurobodilla Shire Council putting the land up for sale. It started the whole petition process, us going backwards and forwards. I'm happy to report that the process, the sale and disposal of the road has been paused now. But the only option I feel for Eurobodilla Shire Council and any of us here is to mount a legal challenge against that advice, which I think is completely wrong. It's inappropriate. It's a waste of taxpayers' money, the community's money, councillors' money. So there should have been at some point when those decisions are made that everyone's brought back to the table, because we analyse the fixture argument, and whilst I can conclude that the Crown Solicitor has reached that conclusion this way, well, we look at it and go, well, hold on, what about these options here? It's a causeway affixed to a public road. It's not necessarily only affixed to private property. So very, early on in that stage, and mindful of the fact that we received the Crown Solicitor's advice in 2024, so it's been going on for 2.5 years, and it's taken up a lot of my time, the community's time, and for a very small community down there. I mean, they've been, for weeks now, months, they've been going out getting petitions, and we're all just scratching our heads looking at the evidence that was presented and the way these conclusions are made, and we're just, well, it's a shame that we're at this stage right now where we're actually banging heads when we should have been working together a little while ago. We also offered up solutions. We were quite happy with the landowner land swaps, give them half a council road for 6 metres of access to the water. I don't think they were ever presented to the landholder. So throughout the whole process, we've been mindful of the landholder's needs, understand it's a long-standing public road through his property, down to a beautiful part of the coast, bird watchers, the elderly, people go down there, they can launch their kayaks into Bounds Creek and into a recreational fishing haven. It's not a 9-kilometre paddle from the bridge, as they offered up as an alternative. it is a really nice area. It's very limited access to the Turos River in that area up there. So there were many opportunities to step in really earlier on rather than have to, I get disheartened when I have to put a gipper in and have to continually chase up. One of the elderly ladies down there retired, she had to cough up $600 to get the information from a gipper, which has been refunded now, thankfully, but it's a huge impost that we have to go through all this. And again, we're putting this up as a test case because we haven't seen, like Crown solicitors, ignore. You have to realise that the Land Registry Services, Local Land Services, Crown Lands, everyone in the Crown Lands Department and sphere says this is the causeway is Crown land. It's built on Crown land. It's built on the lake bed. It's not, the fixture argument doesn't really hold water. It's a fixture that rests under its own weight on Crown land. It's Crown land. The Crown Solicitor's Office has reached an alternative decision, and that's the one they've taken. It's only advice. I'm sure the Minister could have ignored the advice or tested it or come back and communicated with us. But at the very first instance that Crown Lands received the advice, the letters go out. Sorry, guys, it's, the causeway's private. A gate went up, a gate that would stop a Sherman tank. I mean, I've sent pictures to it. I'm not sure what we're trying to stop there, but it's a big gate, like, wow, and it's just, the road stops, that's all you can go. It's surrounded by private land, and yet the water's from me to you away. It's, and we can launch a kayak, and it's a beautiful creek. It's a beautiful part of the world down there. But, it's the only real viable, accessible point. We've looked around the area, offered up solutions. There are alternative roads very close, but we have to find the money to get those graded. We have to find the money to get that surveyed. We have to find the money to get some of that cleared. We're talking, tens of thousands of dollars, and there should be I think one of the recommendations we make is there should be a fund put aside, so we can tap into it, almost like our trust funds. The fees we raise in our boating fees, our licence fees, our recreational fishing fee, should be some money put aside for us to tap into and say, look, okay, we need this land surveyed. We think we all agree it's a really good access point. Let's clear it a little bit. Let's put a soft launching area down there. Let's put a viewing platform down there, and let's give the community an alternative, which is only, honestly, the way that, crow flies is 100 metres from. It's not as nice as Cooper's Island Road, but again, it's an alternative. I mean, right now we've just been locked out of there for a couple of years, and it's been not good. The community is not really happy.
Can I say just one thing about consultation? That is that regarding DIAP plans, etc., and also in upgrading to boating, the way it works basically is that every council has a DIAP, and there is 44 councils in New South Wales that have waterways in their LGA. It is up to us as associations to contact those particular LGAs and ask them, can they re-look at their DIAP, which has to be looked at or reviewed within every 4-year period, etc. And there's a real lack of consultation by way of what happens is the councils advertise on their website for 28 days that there's a have your say situation. But what happens is that it doesn't really work. An example is Blacktown Council has over 500,000 people in their LGA. In 2023, they held a have your say for their inclusion plan, and 75 people out of the over 500,000 people responded. And when I spoke with the lady that was organising it all upon completion, and I said, was it really 75? I said, was there duplication? She said, yes, there was duplication. She said, there was the actual individual, there was the carer, where they worked, where they lived, etc. So she said there was only about 20 out of that. So when you look at it, to me, the message is not getting through to the disabled people or aged people more so, because a lot of aged people, as we've identified, have an impairment, etc. And the same thing happens with boating. They put it on their website for 28 days, using the example of Eurobadella, and that is a lot of people will go down there on holidays and what have you. They never get the opportunity to say it's a great boat ramp or it's a terrible boat ramp and what needs to happen. So consultation, or lack of, is a really big issue.
Ms. Higginson?
Thank you very much. Thank you both for your evidence. I'm learning lots about things I didn't necessarily know as much about as I feel I've may have some insight into now. I'm just curious, actually, as a first principle, are there any examples that you're aware of that you would point to as, hey, this is a really good boat access facility that, not necessarily saying is perfect, but is getting there, something you would point to at this point in time that you've seen, and how did that one come about, if there is one?
We've been around a lot of.
Yes, I'm getting that sense.
No,
So is Dennis.
If I can interrupt, and that is at Coffs Harbour. Not at Coffs Harbour, Coffs Harbour, right? In so much, as I indicated, $14 million completed in 2024, and we discussed this with Maritime or Transport Maritime. In so much, it has parking for up to 50 vehicles with trailers or without. I think it was something like 40 with trailers and 10 without trailers and what have you. And that. It had multiple launching lanes. It has 3 launching lanes. It has 3 floating pontoons, etc. It has great lighting and things like so. Amenities block and whatever. So all of those things make up for what we discussed with Maritime was a Category 1 boat ramp. So a Category 1 boat ramp would have those bells and whistles. A Category 2 would have less, and a Category 3 again less, and what have you. But again, you need to identify your usage, because what's the point of spending millions of dollars if you don't know when it's used, who uses it, and the type of vessels. Now, Maritime have none of that data, and nor do the council. So when a council puts an application in for grant, how do they really know what the usage is, how many people use it, how many disabled people use it, and what have you, and that. And so, really, the cart's before the horse in the situation, and they've really got to re-look, and to the point that Stan and I put it to Maritime, and that is that why don't you engage people to go out and do those audits? At least that's a starting point, and then you can then identify your category. Sorry, once you've got that data, you can identify your category boat ramps and what have you. So in Sydney Harbour, like for instance at Lynn Park there, right, at Rose Bay there, right, well, some people say, it's not a bad ramp. Well, yes, but you've got ferry service there, you've got commuters, and then you've got very limited parking. It's an extremely busy, high traffic pedestrian area. So it's not.
And take that even further, there is no perfect boat ramp. We haven't seen one yet.
Yeah.
But there is a little bit from boat ramp A, a little bit from boat ramp C. So there are great boat ramps in Queensland that I've taken photos. I was in New Zealand a couple of weeks ago. I took some photos for Dennis at a boat ramp at Wanaka. I'm going, Dennis, how great's this? There are boat ramps down in Bateman's Bay with the step downs on them. So we know what boat ramps need. We've all these things, we've seen them in real life. It's just a matter of sitting down and saying, okay, we've got a boat ramp here. Let's start with Coffs Harbour. It can do with these enhancements, and we know these work. We'll go down to Port Botany or any other boat ramp in New South Wales and say, look, we can bring a little bit of this in. We know it works over there, a little bit of that. We can see that there's a lot of elderly people, a lot of retirees, a lot of holiday makers in this area. Those little step downs, some of the photos in my submission with the handrails, they would be perfect for here. But we're like, and we say this all the time, but we seem to get nowhere. That statewide audit, so we know what a boat ramp's got and what it hasn't got, and then we can show examples and say, let's now start putting this in. We can put this here. And we're mindful these are not hundreds or thousands and millions of dollars worth of updates. We can take a current boat ramp and spend $20, $30, $40, $50,000 and where we've ticked a box that lets Dennis get in his tinny and go for a fish.
But more to the point, it's got longevity too. It's probably there for 20 years. So if you amortise it over 20 years, the cost, it's negligible.
Nothing,
And thank you. And so, and of course, then you need, all those, I suppose what you're saying with the data void, you also need local views to understand, well, what are the local circumstances and influences in terms of, okay, thank you. And with, I think this was RFAs, there was a point in your submission where you talked about the inconsistency of rules across jurisdictions, and there was the Hawkesbury example, I think? Yeah, can you just kind of explain what impact that has and, what perhaps some suggestions about where this committee should be focused?
So it's about access to the, that one was about access to the resource as well. So we've got differing rules around crab traps from different waterways. We've got differing rules around squid in some of our waterways. So we'd like to see some really consistent consistency across the board in terms of that these are the rules for blanket rules for all of Australia, for all of New South Wales. I mean, recently we had a couple of kids pinged up in Lake Macquarie for putting crab traps in where they shouldn't have been, but there's no notices. It's very limited.
Right.
And thankfully the kids never got prosecuted, but yeah, they were really sternly told.
How does that work in the sense of how does that work for sustainable regulation in terms of, you know, it may well be that in that particular area crabbing is actually not good because our the stocks are down or low, or, you know, various different local environmental features and factors about health of the habitat for the resource and so forth. How does, I think what I'm saying is, do changes in, differences in jurisdiction and timing, can that relate to the well-being of the resource? And if so, what do we do about that? How do we?
Yeah, these are minor tweaks that catch people out. So
Right.
it's not a big sustainability issue. They're just minor things. I mean, we'd like to have we've got blanket rules around all our waterways that should be consistent. We should change them every 5 years potentially, rather than reacting. You know, I know we've got the Mulloway changes coming up again. We change the rules again. Rulers are updated. People get used to a certain set of rules and then it's not reflected adequately. We're going to see some changes, I think, coming up to snapper kingfish. But again, we should be doing these every 5 years. Unfortunately, we've dropped the ball in doing that. So we don't know if we've got sustainability issues with crabs in Lake Macquarie because our research is maybe 25 years old and we haven't done anything to see. We've updated our traps and you know, from witches' hats, we've gone to proper, more sustainable traps that don't trap wildlife. So it's really just been ad hoc, and we'd like to say every 5 years and stick to it. Let's review everything, change the rules, guys. These, and we're not changing them 2032. You know, that's what it's going to be.
And just finally on that point, though, you would accept that it might be that a state rule applying to one particular part may not necessarily be in the best interest of the replenishment of resources,
but we
and so
should
forth.
just not do these like every year. We'll have a little change here and there because it's really hard for anglers to keep up with it, especially people from a non-English speaking background. Kids just want to go out and they're not really, they do follow the rules, but they just want to go out and catch the fish. On their fish talk, you know, on their social media, I'll brag about it. So they really are focused on fishing. So, you know, at least we should know that every 5 years we're going to review everything and do it that way. It could be 7 years, but we need to have a timeline.
If I can just add very quickly to that, and that is that one of the concerns I have is that with DPI, again, it's like Transport Maritime, they just don't have sufficient data. And I use a prime example here with our estuarine systems, that where there is commercial fishing allowed, they can basically take as many fish as they want to within that period of time that their shares allow them to do so. And they don't have to record numbers, they don't have to record length or anything like that. And then there's the discard again, right, that's left over from the nets and what have you, which are normally juvenile fish. And so it must be very hard for DPI when they don't have that substantial data to identify that there's a particular area here that we need to have restrictions on there for a period of time. And I've offered that information as a solution to DPI, in particular ICOLs, which is an intermittent open lake or closed lagoon, and that is that why don't they put a restriction on there for a particular period of time to try and allow the stocks to regenerate and what have you on that? Because if an ICOL's closed, you don't get the regeneration of particular species of fish. There's no spawning that occurs. So it is difficult for DPI, I think, to actually allocate an area with restrictions for a period of time.
Thank you.
Mr. Barrett, online.
My audio is working okay. We heard the story earlier about the rails that I think someone was developing, and I think Mr. Constantine said you had them in your car ready to go. Using that sort of as a trigger, is there examples, or can you see how it might work where a community group, be it a fishing group or a kayak group, has sort of responsibility for a boat ramp or an access, and they are responsible for the upkeep of it under some sort of agreement with the government, and that's then a shared facility?
100%. Absolutely, those things, those partnerships can work, and they should be working. I can't understand why they're not working. We take great pride in my local fishing club down here in South Sydney. I've got 304 members in it. And we are really on to New South Wales Ports and the council when things aren't going right in our boat ramp. So to give us that little bit extra of some ownership, some responsibility for the assets, if there was a very simple grants process that we could update our pontoons, absolutely. Most clubs, local community organisations are blessed with bankers, lawyers, painters, electricians, builders, sheet metal workers, and I'm sure they could all knock their heads together. They could knock them up. And like I said, the handrail that was made that's in my car was made up of a club member, sheet metal worker, 20 minutes, $100 in stainless. I know the pontoons down in Foreshore Road at Port Botany, they're concrete surfaced. I mean, there are guys out there who are installing handrails all the time. They could go down there with some epoxy set bolts and they could put these in if there were some guidelines around. We could do ladders, we could do handrails, we could even fund pontoons, walkways, gangways. I mean, there's nothing that is out of the remit of local organised clubs, and there are a lot of them around the state, and there are a lot of them that would put their hand up if that was an opportunity. Right now, all we get told is, well, no. You know, even I'd love to see us put no parking signs in where boats and trailers can park. I'm sure I'd have 100 volunteers if we got the signs. We could put them up. This parking's reserved for boats and trailers only. Like, you know, that'd be the first thing we'd do if we could do it.
You said you've just been told no. Has there been any explanation given to you why you cannot do those things? Particularly I'm thinking sort of a shared ownership where you do the work and you have it's you to go and fix it up, sort of.
I guess there is a reluctance on the government and agencies. There would be a whole series of rules and regulations, but I'm sure that we could get across those if there were some guidelines in place. The other thing I'm finding, and with all due respect to everyone, you know, a lot of these things are our ideas, and not many agencies like being told, you know, what to do and that this is going to work. They've got their own mindset. They've also probably got their own preferred tenders. They've got their own preferred people working on these. But I know when Dennis and I were working closely with Transport for New South Wales, there was one guy who was managing all the grants. He was managing all the applications for all the state, and he was really good and really helpful. But where he was snowed under, and I imagine the situation hasn't changed. There's probably one or two people that are out there that are looking after that. So, you know, I don't know how they're going to deal with an influx of 30 local fishing clubs or boating clubs that would hit them up with applications to upgrade boat ramps. I mean, they would have to put extra people on. But again, I think that's where the reluctance came from, is that they were always understaffed. There was one person looking after this, and that he had while he was doing the grants, he was updating websites. He was doing everything. The plans had to be online. It was incredible, the workload that they had to do. So, you know, asking them to do more work, you know, I don't know if we could find an extra couple of people to manage a program like that, Mr. Barrett. I think it would be a great step forward. Even someone on the books to go out and complete the audit of the boat ramps in New South Wales, go out on the road for a month and go to every boat ramp. They say there's thousands of them, but there's not. There would be probably 400 or 500 that would be usable. The rest are just bit of dirt here and there. And maybe we might get to those eventually, but I reckon if we did a whole bunch inland of our major ramps and the ones up and down the coast, it could be done, you know, within a month, and then we've got a plan moving forward. But there seems to be a reluctance there's no data, and a reluctance to engage, I think, with the community. Not sure why, but they're some of the challenges we're facing. But I could put a handrail up tomorrow if you asked me to.
Yeah, I think there's several issues here, and that is that with the grants program, any grant that's provided to an applicant, council, or whoever it may well be, that applicant is responsible to maintain that infrastructure that the grant was provided for a 10-year period. And that would obviously also involve removing of marine growth from that ramp to make sure it's safe, etc. Unfortunately, of the 44 councils, I wrote to them in 2022 and 3 and asked for a copy of their maintenance schedule. Not one council was able to provide a maintenance schedule because primarily they don't have them. But I did have a response come back from two councils saying, we clean the boat ramps prior to school holiday vacations to make sure that the children are safe when they use them. And then, of course, most councils said we clean them. They didn't use these words, but they clean them upon a complaint. And so it's been the maintenance of the infrastructure, whether it be cleaning, whether it be repairs or whatever, is primarily driven by the public. Councils that I've dealt with, the 44 of them, basically also we don't have enough money to do this. As Stan said, maybe there needs to be an allocation of funds somewhere for this maintenance to be done. Maritime, I suppose, because of Stan and I pushing them, come up with a program called the BAM program, which was Boat Asset Maintenance Program in 2023. And there was only 9 councils in all of New South Wales that submitted an application, and only 1 council submitted an application for the cleaning of boat ramps. And unfortunately, I ran around every month and checked those boat ramps in that LGA, and they just weren't being cleaned. There was even oysters growing on the boat ramp and on the floating pontoon flotation sections. And so councils are saying we don't have the resources, we don't have the money. Maritime saying it's not our responsibility, but here's a bag of money, and hopefully you will maintain them. So they're the sort of issues. So, to be honest with you, Scott, the whole thing needs to be looked at in a new format, so that if you've got the data and you identify which sites should be a category 1, 2 or 3, you can then move forward as to the amount of maintenance, because some facilities will need more maintenance than others, depending on wind, wave conditions, tidal conditions, all those things that influence and what have you. But once you've got that data and you've identified everything, you can then formulate the frequency you're going to maintain them, whether it be painting of or replacing planking or whatever it may well be. Like, for instance, with the floating pontoons, you have to have specialised knowledge. Well, the council employees don't have that. And so basically what happens is that the pontoons just sit there and deteriorate. And so you don't get the longevity that was anticipated from the designer, engineer, manufacturing.
Thank you. That just takes us to time with you, gentlemen, this morning. Thank you very much for your evidence. I don't believe you took anything on notice, but there may be some supplementary questions coming from us, and the Secretariat will be in touch. So thank you very much for your time, gentlemen, and your work.
Mr. Banasiak, through the chair, I've got a USB with the Crown Solicitor's GIPper on it, which I'm quite happy to leave here. And then if it's okay with the committee, I'm happy to provide the latest update on our review of the evidence brief, if you would like it. It's rather detailed.
Yeah.
But it's fascinating.
Yeah, I'm happy with that.
Thank you.
Our next witness, so can you please state your name, position, title, and swear either an oath or affirmation for us, please?
My name is Charles de Villiers. I'm here representing the Underwater Skin Divers and Fishermen's Association, the state peak body. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. Do you have an opening statement you'd like to make before we go to questions?
Yeah, I would like to make one, thank you. So as I mentioned, my name is Charles de Villiers. I'm here to represent the Underwater Skin Divers and Fishermen's Association. We're the state's peak spearfishing body. And I would like to make one core point today, that spearfishing is the most selective, lowest impact form of fishing. This has been acknowledged by the DPI, and yet it's one of the most heavily restricted forms of fishing. And the direction the marine policies move keep threatening to remove almost all of our access as time progresses. Just to give everyone a bit of context of spearfishing, it's done on a single breath. We have to free dive. We can't use any breathing assistance. We can't use torches. We can't use any additional air. So everything happens in a very short period of time and in a very shallow bandwidth as well. Your typical spearfisherman can't dive more than 10 metres. So the usable space in the ocean is very limited. I know there's a big push for 30% of our oceans to be protected by 2030, and there are a lot of groups using that argument to try to propose lockouts, and there's 3 currently in place. What I would like to bring attention to is that 30% is primarily targeted around the coastal regions, is primarily targeted around shallow reef. Which means that we're losing the majority of our usable space, because unlike fishermen, we can't go to 80, 90 metres and use that waterway for access. That little strip of water is very important to us, and we would like to make sure that any progress in this space takes this into account, so that we also make sure that we keep safe access and egress, especially around the central area of Sydney and major cities.
That's it.
Yep.
Oh, thank you. So the committee's just resolved to have free flow questions, so the questions will come from anywhere. I might throw to Miss Merton first.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, and thank you for your participation. If I could just pick up the issue about public access to fishing areas being restricted, checking in terms of whether there should be an evidence standard or when those conclusions are drawn as to the process and the consideration given to that. If you had something to elaborate.
Yeah, so I definitely believe that there should be a proper evidence-based approach. Unfortunately, what's happening now is very largely emotive-based, and it's generally done by small groups of people that have good intentions at heart, but they're not considering the long ongoing impacts across the community. An example, I would say, was the groper incident in the Southern Shire. That's my home ground. It was a very unfortunate incident, and it was something that the whole community condemned. But as a reaction, our entire community was put in a position of trying to defend ourselves from losing further access, rather than punishing the one individual that's made the mistake. The resultant of completely banning fishing for blue groper, as an example, then has taken, again, a more emotive approach, and the signs that back that decision we feel wasn't as thorough as it should have been. Similar instances with the current ones that are under discussion, where there's conversation about long reef getting further enclosures, or areas in Bongan up in discussion again. Purely emotive driven. There's no science or evidence backing that there's any use or any benefit of these closures. And I think it comes down to, again, as Mr. Constantinaros mentioned, is that there's not enough information available at the DPI to truly assess at a local level. They're using fairly, I'd say, global data for fish stocks and access and sustainability, whereas there's no localised information available at depth to use to actually assess what impact spearfishing or fishing has. And that's something I feel should be focused on.
Yeah, thank you. And just to follow up, earlier today we were hearing about the absence of consultation with members. Just wondering, and I guess relevant to the department and sort of government decision makers, what would your experience be on consultation?
My experience would be that there's next to none. Particularly, again, I'll bring up the conversation with the local issue at Bongan. They had a community focus group meeting on a weekend to discuss the matter, yet no fishing representatives or spearfishing representatives were invited. Two signed up to get tickets, and they were stopped at the door and they were refused entry, and it took a lot of negotiation to be allowed in. There was I believe a councillor there that was threatening to call the police to have them removed for interfering with the procedure, and they had to really negotiate with the group to be able to be allowed in to be a key stakeholder in that conversation. Whenever any of these things are coming up in our community, we're generally in a very reactive position because we're finding out quite late that there is conversation, and we're finding out quite late once the community's already started the process of the meetings and the discussions.
Yeah, and sorry,
Can I just clarify, which councillor, where were you talking about?
It was up at the Northern Beaches. There was yeah.
Sorry.
that's okay.
Sorry to
That's
interrupt.
right.
Thank you.
And just further to that, Mr. De Villiers, given the association, is in place and your presidency of it and your members, I mean, you are known to the DPI and these government decision-making bodies. Just in terms of the absence of consultation.
Yeah. So I'm known to them as well. So I just feel like we don't get a lot of lead up into any decisions being made. During the Groper incident, as an example, I was not the president at the time, but the president of that time wasn't engaged as a stakeholder to discuss the proposed bans. There was a lot of pushback from our association and likewise with fishing groups, but it just doesn't seem to really make much difference.
Yeah, thank you.
Just picking up on, you mentioned a couple of proposed lockouts that are happening now. Correct me if I'm wrong, one of those proposed lockouts is essentially the birthplace of spearfishing in Australia, isn't that correct?
Yes, that's correct. The USFA was founded in 1948 by Australian diggers that returned from the war. The reason of their formation was because the government was trying to ban spearfishing holistically, not just in one area, but holistically ban the sport. At the time, it was a key method of obtaining food for families during those times of recession. So yeah, our spiritual home ground is Long Reef, and it is one of the areas that we find we are having to protect every 2 to 3 years.
Okay. And you mentioned obviously the Groper incident, and I guess a lack of localised data. When do you think, or how do you think we should better balance what DPI is saying in terms of stocks versus what is being seen locally? So I know I've spoken to spearfishers around the Groper issue, including yourself, and spearfishermen are saying we're pushing Groper off us, like they are in that much abundance. So when should localised knowledge from spearfishing groups, fishing groups, scuba divers, when should that data be used to balance, the more broader DPI data?
Well, I think there's a few points to that one, because I know that they did use a lot of data provided by scuba groups. We weren't really approached, and I guess we weren't proactive enough to provide our own data at the same time. But I do think that if we can set up a program, that our community would be more than willing to support it in terms of setting up a datum line, taking indices of abundance and providing visual data, so we can give average counts per dive. Like we can do that once a month as a group. We could definitely propose that. I think another issue with the Groper, when people, or at least when there's citizen science involved, is the fact that the female Gropers are brown, they're quite small, they're not as easily identified, and I think people don't realise that with how they work, one big male Groper has his space, and no other male will come into that realm, so they might look like they're at a lower abundance because they're only counting the males and not actually counting the harem of females that live with it. I think when DPI are doing studies like they did with the Groper, where they've used incorrect bait as the baseline for the indexing, having a group either like the RFA or the USFA involved in reviewing that study prior to it actually being implemented, I think that would be a fair approach as well.
In terms of just access more broadly, is there anything practical that you would suggest that would alleviate some of the access issues spear fishermen are having in terms of accessing rock shelves, accessing shore?
Yeah. So there is a there's a very vague rule in the fisheries guide which says that you can't spearfish off beaches. However, you can use the last 20 metres as an access point, but that it's not very clearly defined. And even within our association, the wording around that is very grey. So when we look at access and egress, generally what spearfishers do when they're land-based is they'll climb down a rock shelf, they'll find a fairly secluded area that's protected from the elements to jump in and out the water. Conditions can change rapidly, and then you have to have an alternate path to get in and out. So access and egress for spearos is already relatively difficult. The wording and the understanding of how that headland access point works makes it more difficult, because we have a very, very diverse range of divers. You know, we've got divers in their late 70s still actively competing in competitions. It's a very versatile activity. So having a safe access and egress point that's clearly defined from the corner of a beach where you can use the sand access and egress rather than having to climb up and down wet rocks, that would be a big benefit. Not having to constantly fight for our access at places like Bongan or like Longreef, because those are the sorts of spots that are very protected from the predominant swell. That's always a big issue as well. So we would really like to try to maintain an access and egress pathway that's protected from the elements.
Does that become obviously a safety issue for your members if you are locked out of those, I guess, safer protected bays? Is that correct? Yes,
that's correct. It's a huge safety access issue. A good example of that would be, I think everyone would have seen it on the news last year, the kid that fell off the cliff at Bondi. That's a key point where, I guess, because of the stigma that gets built around the sport, the unclear access and egress pathways from the beaches, a lot of fishermen and spear fishermen used to climb down the cliff at that spot, which is an old dirty rope, and that kid fell 3 metres and broke his heel and had quite a long recovery period. If we have clearer access and egress pathways and clearer rules defining how much of that beach area we could use to get in and out the water without being pressured, that will make a huge difference.
Miss Citizen, do you have any questions?
Thank you. I'm just curious, I suppose, about, so there are areas that are just inappropriate for you to be able to access. Is that right? Like in terms of this skin divers and spearfishers, is that understood? It's like, so is your evidence that there are some areas where they are the areas, therefore we're best to facilitate access and egress to those areas as you define that is safest for the sport, or the sport requires that? I'm just trying to understand how we define, you know, how for example, government or the public accepts the access and egress best.
Yeah, I suppose there's two primary methods of spearfishing. There's land-based, what we call it that, rock hopping, and then there's boat-based diving. We'll ignore boat-based diving for the time being because that's fairly universal. Land-based, the majority of our diving is always going to be around headlands. So that's where we're going to have good rocky structure. There's going to be fish aggregation, and we need a way to access those headlands. So a good example again would be Bondi. You can't exactly get to the end of that headland and then jump off the cliff without having danger. There's the old boat ramp in the north corner, which again is very washy and dangerous. The best access point would be the northern corner of Bondi to swim through from the sand, so you're safely walking down the beach. You're finding a clean, quiet area to swim through where there's not too much swell and there's not going to be too much issue. But then you have the issue of crossing paths with public swimmers and the like. So I think public education in that respect will make a big difference, because people see a spear gun and assume it's loaded. When a gun's not loaded, it's not dangerous. We put tip covers on to cover the sharp points. We always follow that best practice, and we always encourage that with all our members to follow those safe practices. So I think that shift, or that education to show the public that when a spear fisherman is accessing or egressing from the water, they won't be personally in danger. And because all they're going to do is get in the water, swim out to the headland and clear away from the swimming areas. And that's sort of that grey area where we need, I guess, government intervention, where we can do the education to the public that spearfishing is not dangerous to the public when they're entering and leaving the water, and give spearfishermen the confidence to know that even though that 20-metre strip is already allocated, they're allowed to use that safely without any recourse from surf life saving or the police or general public.
And then just finally, are there times, so when you have like a discharge event or whatever in the water and the water's really murky, whatever the conditions are, does that pose greater safety risk to other water users from your perspective? I think what I'm trying to say is, are there times that it is not safe to engage in the practice, the sport, based on other users?
I wouldn't say so, because what the majority of spearfishermen would do is, once you catch a fish, you dispatch it, you bleed it, you clean it, you're well away from any swimming areas. Mm-hmm. So again, if you're swimming it past the headland, you're in current, that small localised disturbance in the water is not going to affect the beach that's hundreds of metres down the way. The only person that actually does affect is the spearfishermen that are swimming around, because low visibility, you're in deeper water, you got more chance of seeing sharks, and that's a self-determined risk that you take to go diving. Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks.
Mr. Barrett, you have any questions?
Yeah, sure. Just one question, if I can. We hear a lot about this Groper incident as far as, and you hear the stories of how bad the consultation was about that, perhaps some misguided decision making around that, and users such as yourself just being excluded from that. How much of an outlier was that decision, and were you surprised by it?
I think I was very surprised by the reaction to that decision, and I guess I can see it was driven quite a lot by the media at the time, because it was such a high-profile discussion. The Groper itself, with the instantaneous change, was quite an outlier. However, there's a lot of other changes that happen systematically where we're not engaged for conversation. I think the best consultation I've seen to date from the DPI is the recent one where they've done a have you say about changes to Silver Trevally, Blue Moor Wong, Nanagai, where they've actually gone out and said, hey, here's some data that we have. This is the percentage that's impacted by commercial, this is the percentage that's impacted by recreational and charters, and here's the proposed three options of changes. That was the first time I've actually seen a very cohesive approach with engagement. But again, it was just the general public. No one contacted any of the peak bodies and said, hey guys, we're having we're proposing some changes. What do the peak bodies in recreational fishing, what do the peak bodies in spearfishing think about these changes before we put it out to public review? Because I think being proactive in that sense will make that whole flow through process easier for the DPI to manage as well.
And what damage did that whole Groper scenario do to relationships between government and key stakeholders, and also trust in the decision-making process and the science that they were relying on?
It had a detrimental impact. We have lost, in our community, I can see a lot of our members have lost a lot of trust in the decision-making. People don't understand why the changes have been put forward. Now that there's conversations about changes to mulloway, kingfish, snapper, people asking what data are they using. There's no trust in that process at the moment with us. And as a committee, I've been in contact with the DPI to actually discuss the proposed changes and start trying to mend that relationship. However, in the general sense from recreational fishers, recreational spear fishermen, there is a big distrust on how the processes are run.
Chair.
Thanks.
Can I just ask, just
Yeah,
very quickly?
sure.
Just with the blue groper, do you accept, and do your members, I think your evidence was suggesting this, that was quite dramatic for people that are not engaged to see that particular species, that particular, and then to learn about that fish and its habits and its age and its spectacular kind of existence. Do you accept that there was a genuine engagement from people who otherwise wouldn't have, otherwise don't know much about it, to go, gosh, that is really dramatic what's happened, and that it did, there was a genuine public interest to engage, to understand better about what is happening in the oceans, who's doing what, and particularly to something as beautiful as the giant blue groper?
Yes, I do agree. I would also say that I feel like it's selective, because I think there are species that need a lot more attention than what the groper did, and they don't get the same attention because they're not attractive, prolific fish. I definitely accept that everyone does have their right to have an opinion on the matter, but I do think that when you make decisions on stock management in any form, it should be purely based on science and not really on any emotive plan. So an example with the groper, like Mr. Manaziak said, a lot of people are saying we're basically bumping into them. You can't get past them in most reefs, and they're prolific. And the issue with that is as well, they're quite inter-species dominant. So if you ever spend a lot of time in the water and you just watch what they do, if something like a black drummer swims in, they'll rush the drummer and push them off the reef. So they're very dominant species, and it affects the whole ecosystem as well. So you can't protect just one item and let it run detriment to everything else around it. So that's where we feel like the science is really important, and localised science, not statewide science. So you have to look at area specific, like we said. You look at what's happening at Cronulla, or you look at what's happening at Long Reef, and you just assess what that stock's doing and make a gradual decision change rather than a complete change. Because using the groper as an example, they've always been banned for spearfishing. It was actually us that took it to the table in the 60s and said, hey, they're nearing extinction. We put the proposal forward, and spearfishing was basically the only one that got punished for it. Line fishing had nothing to do with what happened at Cronulla, yet the reaction was to ban line fishing for groper as well, even though they had a quota for one, and they didn't do anything wrong in that instant. There was already a system in place. The guy broke the law. He should have been punished in accordance to that law, and that should have been the end of that conversation, I feel.
Thank you.
Thank you. So just to clarify, so what sort of type of data would you like to be seen, or what weighting would you like to see given to, I guess, local data or citizen science of an area?
For the weighting, I'd probably have to take that on notice and talk to my committee to see what we feel is relevant. There are people that are a bit more qualified than I am to speak to that. In terms of what we can do in that citizen science, I think the best approach would be to have a key stakeholders meeting, work out a methodology so that we have a consistent approach. I know that our committee are definitely open to assisting in providing that data. So, if we set aside a day a month or a day a quarter to get our teams out on all the different sites and just do abundance measurements, if we set up a index or a datum line. But it's definitely something I'd have to run through our committee and probably have a key stakeholder meeting on before we put anything in place.
Sure. And probably just finally from me, what would you like to see happen, particularly with those cases around the northern beaches, particularly the area, which I think you said was Long Reef, which is essentially the birthplace of spearfishing? What would you like to see happen with regards to spearfishing in those areas?
I would like to see, holistically, I'd like to see a something put in place where these issues can get stopped at that local level without us having to fight every single time, because it's draining. We're all volunteers. It takes a ton of time, and we just need to have something in place that says if a community group comes to local council and says we would like to close out spearfishing in this area, we can go, here's some data that says it's okay, here's some information, and that can just close that conversation there and then. Because otherwise, like we said, it's really hard to battle it. With Longreef specifically, being our home ground, being the spiritual birthplace of spearfishing, I would like to start a process of making that a spearfishing reserve. What that means is it's in title only. It's just going to be that we can make sure that spot is protected indefinitely for spearfishing. We don't want to have any exclusive rights. We don't want to have any exclusive access. We're very big on equal access for all. In doing that, it means we take a bit more stewardship of that space as well. So as a community, we do a lot of ocean cleanup days. We look after the areas, and being able to take that stewardship of Longreef, it means that we'll look after that a lot better than we already do.
Okay. I'm just seeing whether any of the other members online have any questions. Mr. Yadam, Mr. Primrose.
No, not at this stage. I'm just enjoying listening and learning from the evidence.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Primrose. It's always good when we learn. Well, if there's no other questions going around the room, we might call it there. But if we do have any supplementary questions, the secretary will be in touch.
Thank you.
No worries, thanks.
Actually, sorry,
Yep.
I do. Sorry, just one. You talked about. I'm just curious now about the cohort. Clearly, you're based around here. What is do you have membership across the regions, and how well are you connected as a cohort?
Yeah, so our structuring works as the USFA is the umbrella.
Yep.
And underneath the USFA, there are multiple local clubs.
Yep.
So we have clubs we've got one club in Coffs Harbour.
Yep.
We've got one up in the Central Coast or the Newcastle area. We've got a handful of clubs in the city. So we've got one in the Northern Beaches, one in the Eastern, two down south. And then we have a club down in Narooma as well.
Right.
Then there's a separate body that also has a few clubs dispersed in between there as well. Our membership, we have a lot of independent members that aren't necessarily in the club catchment. So yeah, we're very well spread out and very well connected in terms of the community. We communicate freely. We have private Facebook groups where we talk about events or what's happening in the industry. So at least that way, when these issues crop up, we generally have someone on the ground that can let us know as well.
Thank you.
Do you have a best estimate of what your membership is across the clubs and individuals?
Currently, for the USFA, we're sitting around 350 members.
Great.
And I believe we're capturing in the round of 15% of the actual spearfishing groups.
Great.
And do you have any kind of formal relationship with First Nations Sea Country organisations and people?
Yeah, we actually it's sort of fallen by the wayside at the moment. We actually had an Indigenous spearfishing club.
Right.
The president for that club is currently abroad. I believe he's an opera singer. So he's currently abroad, and that's just made the club get a bit quieter.
Yep.
But we do have a lot of engagement with the land title group in the Botany Bay as well.
Great. Thank you
Yeah.
very much.
Okay. Well, now that I think
Yeah.
concludes our time.
Thank you.
So the secretary will be in touch if you have any supplementary questions or for questions you took on notice. But thank you very much for your time, Mr. Villiers.
Thank you. Thank you
Cheers.
for letting me speak.
Thank you.
Thanks. We'll now break and return at 11:15.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, we might get started. So welcome back after that brief break. We now welcome our next witnesses. So starting with my first witness on my left, please state your name, position, title, and swear either an oath or affirmation for me, please.
My name is Dean Thomas Kelly, and my position is CEO and founder of Urunga Aboriginal Corporation. I solemnly, sincerely, and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Mr. Thompson.
My name is Warraba Thompson. I'm a director of Barkindji PBC and a knowledge holder from my country. And I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
My name is Ashwin Solmus. I'm a solicitor at NTS Corp Limited, and I'm appearing together with Mr. Warraba Thompson on the behalf of Barkindji PBC. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Ms. McHugh.
Claire McHugh. I'm the CEO of the New South Wales Aboriginal Land Council. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence I am now about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Daniel Byers, I'm the General Counsel of the New South Wales Aboriginal Land Council, and I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And just starting again in that same order, does anyone want to make a short opening statement before we go to free flow questions? Mr. Kelly? No?
No, thank you.
Mr. Thompson?
No, I'm fine, thanks.
I'm okay, thank you.
I do.
Oh.
I'll open. Thank you. Chair and committee members, thank you for the opportunity to appear today and speak to the New South Wales Aboriginal Land Council submission to the inquiry into access restrictions to public lands and waterways. The New South Wales Aboriginal Land Council is the peak representative body for Aboriginal people in New South Wales and supports the network of 121 local Aboriginal land councils across the state. Collectively, our network represents more than 30,000 members and works to advance Aboriginal rights, protect culture and heritage, and strengthen our communities. Aboriginal people maintain a deep and enduring connection to country. Country is central to identity, culture and well-being. Access to country and the ability to care for country are fundamental to our communities. A key message from our submission is that Aboriginal ownership and Aboriginal culture and heritage protection should not be framed as barriers to public access. Ultimately, Aboriginal rights, culture and heritage protection and public access are not competing objectives. They can and do work together. The New South Wales Aboriginal Land Council provided an additional supplementary submission dealing with the Crown Lands Management Amendment Bill and how that may impact public access to Crown lands. A key issue with access to public land, we see it with the Crown Lands Management and the current Crown Lands Management Bill, in how it blindly attacks land rights without any regard for public protection of the long-standing public land management case law it is wiping out. It is the blatant disregard of institutional protections in favour of executive government by unfettered and absolute ministerial discretion. As I understand it, you are seeing this even in this place, in the attitudes adopted in relation to your critical institutional role as the House of Review. There is a reason why we have institutional protections. They should not be erased without very careful and open consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. So, as I said, the committee's just resolved to have free flow questions. So questions will come from anywhere, including on the screen in front of you. Ms. Higginson, would you like to open up the batting?
Yeah, very much so. Thank you. I might actually start with you, if I can, Ms. McHugh, about just about the supplementary submission and the Crown Lands Management Amendment Statutory Review Bill. Can you, has the government consulted with you up until at this point, given they hadn't before introducing the bill?
Yes, we've had one meeting with Minister Camper that went for 1 hour. We have another meeting scheduled. The position of our organisation and of our network across the state is very much that consultation with regard to a bill of this nature, in that it does seek to drastically undermine existing rights and wind back those rights, is that consultation cannot be carried out in a 4 to 6 window period. It definitely requires more substantial engagement with stakeholders impacted, including our network.
So is it fair to say, has the Minister acknowledged at this point that the bill does not make merely minor changes to the law?
I believe he's come out publicly and stated that in response to the noise we've made, yes.
Thank you. Do you think it would have happened had you not made such submissions and contentions?
Not based on the speeches in Parliament when it was introduced, no. I believe it would have just been pushed through quietly.
Thank you. In terms of access restrictions, what do you say, and I'm opening up to anyone, but obviously you, Ms McHugh, to start with, but what kind of access restrictions are necessary to preserve the values of Aboriginal-owned parks, and whether the restrictions are working or not working, and what is the experience when there is an imperative to have to restrict access for various purposes and reasons?
With regards to, I think we're talking about Aboriginal joint management of Aboriginal-owned national parks, which are jointly managed with government and have been handed over as a result of recognition of cultural significance of those parks. Restrictions occur occasionally. It's not broad-ranging restrictions. They would usually occur where there is concerns with a specific area that may hold high cultural significance to the Aboriginal people of that area, in particular relating to things such as high risk of vandalism or destruction of a particular site. They're not broad-ranging. I will say that it's done within a legal framework under the National Parks and Wildlife Act. It's not something that's just carried out without that process taking place, Dan.
Mr.
Just going to add, in my experience, this is done quite well by national parks. So I'm aware, for example, of the closure of an area of a national park up on the Northern Rivers region, and rather than simply closing public access and effectively having a diminution of the public's ability to enjoy the national park, what national parks did is worked with the community to develop a 4-day walking trail through a series of national parks as effectively an offset against any loss of access. And in that way, the National Parks and Wildlife Service was really able to achieve that, the protection of what was, for the group up there, a very significant site, while still ensuring and in fact increasing public access into the national park estate.
Are you able to provide any assistance to this committee in terms of, for example, a Northern Rivers example, or perhaps another one, but just for example, where there is controversy around the closing or restricting, access to a particular area because of immense cultural significance, and perhaps even because cultural authority holders are discussing future use, protection, etc. Is there at all harm experienced to communities when sometimes those broad public discussions are happening and government isn't communicating clear lines as to the rationale, the reason? And if so, can you help us understand what kind of harm that does?
Did you want to? I can talk to the harm if you want to talk to specific examples.
Yeah. So.
And Mr. Thompson has to.
Thank
you. It is for everyone. Please. Yeah. Thank you.
So I'll just go quickly. with the example that I gave, there was an announcement of the closure before there was an announcement of what was going to be done as the offset, and that caused a lot of backlash for the community. Now, I was working quite closely with them at the time, and there was a lot of feeling like they were under attack, and that they weren't getting the support that they expected that they'd received, and fundamentally that came down to the way in which things were messaged and the timing of the communication. But Walker and Claire might have.
Yeah, Mr. Thompson, please go ahead.
One of the other hats that I get to wear is as the chair of Murruwinji National Park, which is the first Aboriginal-owned national park the first park to have its Aboriginal ownership recognised in New South Wales. We're kind of 30 years into that process. So part of the reason why we blockaded the park in '83 was because some of the sacred parts of the park just had open access. And what we've done since that blockade was slowly work in partnership with the state government and with national parks around how to share information about the living culture. So it's restriction. I wouldn't say it's totally blocking access. It's restricted. So those sacred places are only restricted to people that are of that level of knowledge in the law. And the rest of the park is quite open, and it also now has the flavour of local Wimbicha telling their story about country. So it's actually added a lot of value. So 30 years on in the process, you can see the value that our mob have put back into country, and then that recognition and that leadership that comes from sharing our knowledge and having that place of recognition by the broader community means that it's an empowerment. When you talk to blackfellas from Murruwinji, we talk a lot differently to the rest of our other mob that are close by because of that thing that's come with ownership, that empowerment that's come from it. It's such a magnificent thing, and we're at a point where because of the people that have fought for that country and worked alongside parliamentarians like yourselves, we're at a point where we've opened that up. We're holding a cultural celebration annually, and we share that experience with non-Aboriginal people and mob from all around the country the same way it used to be 1,000 years ago.
Thank you. Ms McHugh, if we could just go back to I know you said I'll talk to the harm. I'm just curious about, based on what Mr. Thompson's has spoken and the evidence here about, it's almost my question is it part of a truth-telling process when mob are working on living culture and developing that to then be able to share as the experience at Murruwinji is, but the harm at the beginning of that process is something I'd like to understand if that's possible.
Yeah, I'll just touch on it very broadly, and it probably extends even beyond everything we're talking about today, is that the narrative that's wrapped around issues to do with Aboriginal ownership of land and Aboriginal management of lands, just more broadly, is really problematic, particularly when it's couched in such a way that it is in conflict with broader public access or broader uses. I think you'll find multiple examples where Aboriginal-owned land is oftentimes more available for public access than, if it's the Crown Land Estate or any other type of lease arrangement that might be in place. I just think, importantly, we are seeing an increase in discourse that's coming out that pitches us as being against public use and public access, when in most cases you'll find they work quite well together.
Thank you very much. And also, Mr. Kelly, I think, could you explain to the committee, if you can, what impact or the creation of the Bellinger Valley Indigenous Protected Area project has made in terms of community, your community, the local Aboriginal community, and then the broader communities?
Yeah, so look, I was raised to be taught that I was meant to look after country, and stepping into the world in our valley was hit pretty hard through colonisation, so a lot of our mob were moved off country. So the way I seen to go forward was to look at how we can manage land together. So we went to the federal government and we got a Indigenous Protected Area consultation stage up and running. Mm-hmm. It's about joint management, they're voluntary agreements, but we're still hitting walls at every turn. Like, we've still got a perception that we're trying to break down, which is that this all comes back to land grab in some way, shape or form. And this is through national parks, this is through state forests, this is through Crown lands, and even the managers of the Crown lands, which I find a bit disappointing and disheartening at this stage. So, as a traditional owner of that area, I'm here today to really ask that we find ways to work together and walk together. I won't speak on behalf of the land councils and what they do. I am just as a traditional owner, and I'm also a director of our native title in the area. I'm just trying to find these ways that we can get back onto our country. I miss the people who raising me being able to take me to the places they should have taken to me to, because we were locked out. The only places we had access to were the places that we were made to be put on reserves, and even they were later on taken back and sold off as well. So we have got no access to land there, and we're still trying to find this way forward. So I hope that addresses your question.
Thank you. So with the project, the Indigenous Protected Area project, I hear very loud and clear, you're hitting walls, but can you see pathways through in terms of the benefit that will provide for First Nations people, for your people, and then you those benefits, like at Murruwinji, can you see that they will extend and that this is the right path forward?
Yeah, I definitely can. Like, the reconnection to country it has to be there for our people to survive in this area and bring people back home to our country. And that is not only just for us. I think everyone depends on us getting access back to our land so we can look after the management of our country. There's been a lot of bad things that have happened without us having access to our country, and that's going to continue to happen. And I think that the answer is traditional owners once again being at the table where decisions are being made on behalf of our country. And that will flow on beyond just traditional owners to all community members who use that. And when we talk about what we were just speaking about, blocking people out and stuff, like, to us, there's a knowledge sharing that can be done in them spaces to share why we're doing that. And resting country at the right time is critical to the survival of country. And that has been not done well on behalf of us by national parks and other land managers. But I do see a path. I really do. And that's why I put a submission in, and that's why I made the effort to come here today, because I believe there is a path, but we need support at the right levels to get onto that path.
Will you use the phrase then, resting country? Is this the sort of language that these government systems can learn from, rather than, access restrictions? Is this an invitation where is it your view that if we did change language a little bit, open the walls for more accurate words and language to explain traditional land management, that could benefit? Is that something? I hear that resting country. That's not something I hear the minister talk about, or even perhaps departmental staff. I'm just curious about that.
Yes, I believe we are willing to share culture to give an understanding to people to see why we see it the way we do. And resting country is just one example of that. country needs its time as well. Country is a living, breathing entity that needs time. And I just believe that knowledge sharing can open that door for people to have a better understanding of why we do what we do.
Thank you. And I just wanted to, I think it was in the submission from the Barkindji Aboriginal Corporation, I read that the land claim, it's not jumping out at me now, but that it was yes. So while the determinations cover along a large area, native title was only able to be positively recognised over approximately 1% of the Barkindji country because of particular land tenures. I'm just wondering if you could talk us through that and what that means for your people.
It was basically an act of extinguishment, not a recognition of native title for what happened to us. And because of the land values being so low in far western New South Wales, you can basically buy us out of existence off the land for probably $10 million. There's got to be a better way to recognise our connection to country. And when we do have that recognition, we're not trying to force people off. So when we've been offered compensation packages by the state over public lands, we've refused them on the basis that we don't want to do to non-Aboriginal people what non-Aboriginal people have done to us. We've kept that principle in dealings with Whitecliffs and the Illawarra to deal with the opal mining and the opal housing. We don't want to kick people out of their homes. They're pretty deep principles that we carry out because we know what it feels like. And they've been in place since the start of the creation of the PBC. We had those principles put in place before that. There's probably quite a lot of that land that's recognised in the 1% is actually already owned by us as Aboriginal people. So it's not even recognition of the non-Aboriginal parts. Like there's some pretty big pastoral properties that were purchased in the early 80s and late 80s and early 90s. And that probably makes up about half of that number that you're looking at. So we're talking about minuscule pieces of land, and then what we've been able to do with it is big. And we've also, where possible, like at Health One, we've allowed our native title rights to be suppressed. Worked in with the State Health Service, let them build on our land. Recognising that most of the people that are going to be accessing those services are going to be half our mob and half non-Aboriginal people. So there's always these ways to work together. There's just got to be that need for the dialogue and some way of recognising that we're connected to more than just 1% legally. You know, the place that I'm named after, I benefit from having seen that place from out of the Land Rights Act being used in tandem with a clause or a word that's been removed from off of the Western Lands leases. I know it's not a right of access, but it's an ability to travel through it. That used in tandem with the right to negotiate access out of the Land Rights Act gave me that opportunity to go and see the place that I'm named after 4 times. That clause or that word has been removed from Western Lands leases. So it means the other half of my name, my daughter, Brindy Warraba, is the rainmaking place. My daughter doesn't have that same opportunity. And that's a shame that that's happened just in the last 15, 20 years. So the recognition of these things and the discussion with people that are affected by these actions, that public right of thoroughfare or able to traverse on a track to go and see this sacred place, it's just vanished.
I just got 2 more quick questions, but I just wanted to point out, because these hearings are they're all done words on paper and transcripts come out. But I noticed, Mr. Thompson, every time you spoke, you were touching your heart. I don't think I've ever seen a witness do that before in proceedings like this.
I'll let him talk legally, and I'll talk the way I've been taught.
Thank you. I just have one more question. Yes, please,
So
Mr. Buck.
if I could just make one observation.
Yes.
Because obviously it's very important from a policy perspective for government to take these matters on. But as we've seen from the recent federal court decision over in WA, there are very serious financial costs for government if they're not grappling with these issues. If you take, for example, the IPA, what we know is government done well and engaging with community well can actually be a process to provide healing and reconciliation. And fundamentally, from the state's perspective, from the Treasurer's perspective, that has an impact on the state's budget. Conversely, when the government approaches these things in a combative way, when government goes through and removes a clause from Western land leases that prevent Barkindji people from being able to access sites of significance, fundamentally that is going to have an impact on the ability to access sites of significance, which impairs their native title rights and leads to a native title compensation liability. And what we see, same with the Crown Land Management Bill, when government does these things without consultation and without engagement with the Aboriginal community, they're not able to understand what the impacts will be. And when you operate without understanding what the impacts will be, fundamentally you miss the opportunity to realise that there could be a very significant financial cost to government from taking this action. And I really see that as both a challenge and an opportunity. If government engages properly, consults in a meaningful way, and actually listens and hears what the Aboriginal community is saying, then you can deliver better outcomes for the broader public, you can deliver better outcomes for the particular communities, and you can deliver a better outcome for government and the taxpayers of the state.
If I might make one point as well, partly by explanation and also to illustrate an irony that Mr. Thompson has kind of brought up but not dealt with as I would. There's a reference in our submission at footnote 1 to a decision of the High Court in 2002, Wilson and Anderson, which looked at the question of whether Western land leases granted for a particular purpose of grazing would extinguish native title. Now their decision there was that it did, and it's an interesting gap in the Native Title Act that decision comes through. The Native Title Act is quite explicit when looking at what are referred to as the extinguishment schedules in the Act, being the tenures that, by act of legislation will extinguish native title. It says that for those that are granted for the purpose of grazing are not scheduled interests. Rather, they fall, in the case of Wilson and Anderson, to a much broader category of tenures, which were ones that are deemed to have exclusive possession. And I won't take issue with the reasoning of the High Court there, but there is a point of irony to be explored in that where Barkindji do have native title, it's been able to be recognised. It's been over commons and reserves, and more often than not, it's located in the vicinity of townships. There are a multitude of interest holders in those lands. I think you'll hear from Wentworth Shire Council later today on this same point as well. Recognising that there are a number of interest holders there, one can't help but think about the fact that native title has been able to exist there, and where there has been compensation put on the table, Barkindji have been reluctant to take that freehold because it works to deprive the broader public of rights there too. And yet at the same time, where there are vast swathes of the Western Division captured under these grazing leases, the only interest holder in those lands is the pastoralist, and they're running stock there from time to time, as is their right. I think there is certainly a question for legislative intervention either at the state level or at the Commonwealth level to interrogate whether that actually holds water. you have essentially an exclusive right to conduct cattle over land, which has extinguished native title and has done so where the court has applied principles and tests of legal principle to fill a gap which, on a reasonable view of the Native Title Act, was not the intention. The intention was clearly to exempt leases of this type from extinguishing native title. I think the point should be met at that basis, but...
Thank you.
And just to further that point, that's done in circumstances where, for Barkindji, because most of the Western Land leases there were perpetual Western Land leases, you then move across to the Nyempa determination, which is effectively the group immediately east, and a number of the Western Land leases in the Nyempa determination were for a term rather than perpetual, and the full court of the federal court there determined that native title rights could coexist with the lease rights. And so you have a lessee in one circumstance with the exact same rights in terms of the ability to operate and the ability to exclude others, having the federal court say, yes, native title holders can continue to exercise their rights. Their rights are subject to and suppressed by the lease, and so there are limitations on what native title holders can do. But fundamentally, the court has said, on the one hand, these rights can coexist, but unfortunately for Barkindji, because they were perpetual Western Land leases, the High Court said that they extinguished their rights, and the inconsistency there, I imagine, is just extremely hard to process and grapple with.
I might just... Daniel's mentioned the suppression of native title, which takes effect to a statutory mechanism, a bit of a term of art of the non-extinguishment principle, which says that the rights and interests, or the native title exists, but the rights and interests have no effect. That principle, however, doesn't apply in respect of those statutory rights that come to them under the Native Title Act. So if you were able to distinguish between the rights as they are a matter of process and given under statute, such as the right to negotiate over particular mining leases being granted, that process would still apply to the benefit of the native title holders, despite the fact that they may not have the ability to... Look, I won't give an example of the inconsistency that arises, but their rights and interests as native title holders might not be exercised, but important procedural aspects of the Native Title Act would continue to. People often talk about benefit sharing and the right to participate in decisions about country, and that is given some protection under the Native Title Act, which, by virtue of the Wilson and Anderson decision for Barkindji, almost the entirety of their country has been extinguished. And there's no recourse there to try and make decisions or to uphold obligations to protect sites through that avenue. You're left cut off from you're cut off from that pathway of protecting country and left to look at other things which may or may not be as suitable.
Before we move on, do you mind if I go back to your question around the use of language by government?
Yes.
I think it definitely is important, and it was a really good call out when you look at language used like restricting access versus resting country, or special treatment versus restorative measures to address the unique experience and historical history and dispossession of Aboriginal people. I think talking to the issue of harm and the harm that is caused to Aboriginal people and our communities with regard to the type of language that government uses and policymakers use is really important. I know, particularly as we were going through, whether it be, Australia Day, Sorry Day, Invasion Day, whatever you want to call it, or more recently with Anzac Day, when we were going through the process at the New South Wales Aboriginal Land Council with the Crown Lands Management Bill. The commentary that we get on our social media is extremely hurtful, harmful, damaging. We have to turn our comments off. We don't have capacity to actively manage our the commentary that goes on, and it's getting more and more. We're seeing an increase in terms of that sort of response to the spaces that we operate in. I think, we know that there's a federal inquiry going on at the moment around racism and the impact of racism on Aboriginal people. We did put a submission into that, specifically with the Crown Lands Management Amendment Bill. We prepared a submission to the Human Rights and Equal Opportunity Commission around the impact that bill and the actions taken by the government and Minister Camper have had on our network, and the language that is being used around Aboriginal land claims and land rights in general, and what that's meant for us. So, yeah, I think it's probably important just to point that out.
Thank you.
Ms. Merton?
Thank you so much, and to all of you for your for being here. Ms. McHugh, if I could just pick up that issue, and you made reference to a submission and work that you had done in terms of the federal inquiry here, and I just make reference that the Human Rights Commissioner has said further about this today, and has said it's that the Human Rights Act is racially discriminatory, and then details further about the consequences in terms of Indigenous communities, and it's being complex, and land access is not happening. So I'm just a little bit, I guess, just in terms of some of the findings about racially discriminatory. Wondering if you wanted to say something further on that.
Is this with regards to the Crown Lands Bill?
Yes.
Oh, okay, yeah. There are a few different aspects. Dan, did you want to speak?
Sure.
Because you'll do it more eloquently
I'm also just
than I
conscious.
can.
I'm just conscious of your time and my committee.
Yeah.
So if you just wanted
Absolutely.
to come
Very
back to
quickly.
me with further, I take it on notice. But
We might take it on notice, but I can make
Yeah.
two very quick points. There are two provisions of the Act that will operate solely as to discriminate against Aboriginal land councils. The first is a provision that provides that a lease is a use for the purposes of another act. It doesn't even say any other act, it just says another act. It's quite clear in the fact that it's targeting the Land Rights Act. The only space where whether or not a lease granted of itself is a use of land is the Aboriginal Land Rights Act, and so that provision is specifically targeted. That's proposed section 5.20b, subsection 4, and the other provision is the ability to retrospectively validate interests in land. And again, the only time the government would need to look at a particular lease or a licence and go back in time and retrospectively validate it is to defeat an Aboriginal land claim, and that's in circumstances where the Court of Appeal and the High Court have effectively made it clear that where land is subject to a lease and the land is claimable, it can go across subject to the lease. So we're not affecting the interests of the lessee. In most cases that I'm aware where there's a licence in place, that licence is reissued by the LAUC. So we're not talking about impacts on anyone else's interests other than the rights of Aboriginal land councils to have their claims determined, and to have those claims determined as the law applied when those claims were made.
Mm-hmm. No, thank you very much. And if I could, Mr. Thompson, if I could pick up, you were talking earlier, and in your submission, you talk about truth-telling in land management. Just questioning you, you emphasise truth-telling about colonisation and dispossession as foundational to co-management. My question being, how should inquiry recommendations ensure truth-telling is embedded in the land access and this dispossession in land access policy rather than remaining symbolic?
Did I use the word truth-telling, did I?
I can pick up this.
Was it you?
I'm not sure, I may have.
I think I mentioned it.
Yeah.
I think I was the one that talked about truth-telling.
Don't quote Sue Higgins.
Sorry. I'm not the one giving evidence.
But I'd say it in a different way.
Or to Mr. Kelly, I think you made reference in your submission. that I may be more accurate to
Yeah,
Mr. Kelly. Yeah.
Look, I don't have the expertise of the people that I get the honour to sit with here today, but I would say I was raised off elders who are all gone now, and they taught me that I can't hate the world. I've got to remain to be positive and find ways forward, and that's a reflection of why we have the IPA and trying to find ways to walk together. But I still find myself confronted with issues like access to our waterways. We're talking about that today. We still have residual effects on them waterways where we have like 15,000 tyres laying on the bottom of our rivers, which were used to maintain the riverbanks so they could get in and take our timber from our country. I still have logging going on today, and I can't find ways to talk to them. I done mediation with them, ended up in the high courts across here where the judge had to point out to me that that's lawful harm. And it's still quite confronting that we are losing a battle that we shouldn't be fighting. So truth telling to me is we are here together. We're all here together, and we have to look after this country together. And we've got 60,000 years plus experience on caring for country. We just haven't got access back to country to do that. And I think that there is a better way forward, and truth telling is a big part of that. It's getting people to understand who we are rather than feeling confronted. They can walk with us.
Thank you. And just my final question,
No.
Ms. McHugh. I just make reference in the submission. You talk about the experience, the world-class visitor experiences relating to cultural site protection. I'm just wondering if you might be able to just elaborate a little bit more about what that experience is and what some of the costs may be to members of the public to experience this.
I'll give the example of the Warramai Conservation Lands. So Warramai Local Aboriginal Land Council jointly manage some land up, where do they sit up?
Stockton Beach.
Yeah,
just
there
north of
you go. And that demonstrates how Aboriginal-led stewardship can deliver strong outcomes for both country and community. So through their joint management model, they've created 34 jobs for Warramai and other Aboriginal people. They've supported repatriation work with community. They've jointly funded and constructed an office and depot alongside the National Parks and Wildlife Service there. And the board has improved visitor experiences through the development of a popular pedestrian-only area in the northern part of the park, and established a formal campground. So I think, what would the cost be? I'm pretty sure it's free.
Yeah. Okay. No. Look, I commend you on this. When I was reading about the submission, and I think if there was a cost on it, and if it was going to be a financially viable, I would support that. I was just questioning when you say you strongly encourage, committee members, like members to visit the parks, participate in the on-park cultural tours and activities.
Yeah.
Or if you wanted to take that on notice as to what the cost arrangements might be, if there are any.
Yeah, I can definitely take that on board. I'm pretty sure it'd just be standard access to national park costs that everyone pays if it was Aboriginal owned versus not Aboriginal owned.
Thank you.
No worries.
Thank you. Just quickly from me, Mr. Kelly, picking up on some of your evidence today, you talked about obviously resting country and being able to get access to the land to help it heal and improve it. That's obviously something that recreational user groups would have in common with you, that they want to help heal the waterways, particularly. I know from recreational fishermen, they want to help heal the waterways, heal the rivers. What does government need to do to facilitate those better relationships between Aboriginal people and recreational user groups, so it's not adversarial, but it's actually working together to make common improvements? Is it just a case of getting out of the way, or is there something that they could potentially do to help facilitate?
Well, I think that's why we've gone into this area of the Indigenous protected areas, because they're just voluntary agreements that give us access back to our country for healing, and this is done in partnership with all of the other people who are already out there doing that. So that's why I'm really here today, is to get that support to try to break down them walls. Like, we're not trying to reinvent the wheel here. We know country is hurt, and we're just trying to work out how we get our access back to heal country. And there's a lot more to be discussed from a lot of other people, but yeah, I think the answer is just more support for traditional owners to get back on their country and carry out our traditional practices.
Yeah.
I might pick up Mr. Kelly's
please.
point, having dealt with some Indigenous protected areas before. I think there is probably a role for the state to play with supporting those applications when they go on. They're by consent, so you could have Crown land, private interest holder land, Crown waterway, and it's all brought under the one project, so to speak. Obviously, getting that consent from the landholders is a task for the moving party to obtain, and you can appreciate the difficulties that someone like Mr. Kelly or any other Aboriginal person might face in trying to get consent from a landholder to run land management activities on their land. There are circumstances where the land management activities are not objectionable, but for reluctance to allow a third party onto the land, or I dare say an Aboriginal person, that consent's not forthcoming. I think there's a role for the state to play to advocate or at least mediate between those parties to assist in getting those applications over the line, acknowledging that they're a Commonwealth program. But I would think that, in the state's role, it's well suited to providing support there, whether it's through its agencies or its departments.
And just one final question from me. Obviously, we heard a lot about the hurt that can occur when government agencies don't engage with Aboriginal communities properly. But I guess on the flip side, when user groups or people that are interested in the environment propose access restrictions without talking to you first, and one of the examples I can give is the Bonham Bay proposal for a marine protected area. I know when that was first proposed, the group didn't actually contact anyone from the Aboriginal community when they were insisting on locking people out. What sort of hurt does that cause when potential groups don't consult you about potentially locking yourself out even further? Open to the floor. Whoever wants to have a crack.
The potential harm to us from that, I wasn't going to go into this in depth, but we see it time and time again in my place of, my traditional homelands, and we've already been denied of our access, and then the places that we still do get access to are constantly being, determined who can and can't manage these places without us. So it's just a reoccurring, death by 1,000 cuts kind of thing. Like, it feels like it's just never ending.
Yeah.
If I can say, and drawing on your previous question around what role government can play, government has extraordinary convening power. It has the ability to say, there's this proposal, there's this discussion, let's bring everyone into a discussion, let's talk about it. And in my experience, having previously worked for government and done that work where you bring Aboriginal community and affected stakeholders in, and you talk about what each party actually wants to achieve, you find it in many cases the interests aren't actually in conflict, but people have a fear of one particular outcome, and without someone doing that work to come in, exercise some convening power and bring people in to have that conversation and help people through what the options are, fundamentally you end up in a situation where a recreational fishing group that probably doesn't have access to the types of lawyers and the volume of support that government can bring is trying to have a conversation with an Aboriginal organisation that is probably grossly underfunded, and fundamentally that is always going to be hard for them to come together and work out a path forward. Whereas if government comes in, facilitates that conversation, provides support, then invariably you're going to get a better outcome.
Thank you.
Chair, I know we're way over. Can I ask a quick yes or no question?
Sorry,
Last one.
I've just got a follow-up to
look
that
at
one.
that. We're terrible.
Could I just have a
This has
follow-up?
been the best session. That's fine.
Yeah, well, it's
Sue or me
it's
first?
your lunchtime, so
Okay,
it's,
so I have one yes or no question, and it's based on evidence to date we've had before the inquiry. Many groups said the current national park estate, being only 10% of New South Wales, is at a time where it could and perhaps should expand because of the the demands on that. Are you? Would your organisations all be in support of expanding the national park estate if it was in collaboration with First Nations people of the country of which those parks would be on?
I've seen the benefit of care, control and management through Aboriginal ownership, or the recognition of Aboriginal ownership, and you can hear that some of the issues that come up is not just about access, but how to help set the tone of what happens on that country. We're working to stabilise the yellow-footed rock wallaby population in Murruwinji. We've got the rarest lizard in Australia, recently listed at Murruwinji, and the conservation efforts are coming from our mob leading that. It accesses country for ceremonies, it accesses country for culture, and then we share that knowledge, and then it empowers all of us to move together. If we're going to expand the park, it needs to be done through mechanisms of Aboriginal ownership as its first port of call. It means that we don't have to keep talking or fiddling around what type of agreement, because there's three or four different types of agreement over management or suggested management, whereas the places like Waterways come through, they show that empowerment that comes through Aboriginal ownership, and all of our mob would benefit from it, as long as it's local Aboriginal owners under the state legislation or traditional owners through the federal legislation that are involved in the management of that. Yeah.
I'll add to, look, I think it'd be great if it was done the right way. Like if we had a nice joint management agreement where traditional owners get to be in the decision making of the parks. So where we fall over a lot is that we don't get that buy-in, so we don't get to make the right decision, well, be at the table where the decisions are being made. We're currently dealing with aerial baiting in my area, which is detrimental to our apex predator, which is the dingo, and it's totem to us. So they're still lacking there, and I think the idea of heading towards traditional owners' handback of parks needs to be considered, and how that'll come to fruition at what stage. So, thanks.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I can't imagine. I've been doing this work now for almost 15 years. Every group that I've engaged with, having previously worked for government, wanted to see an increase in the national park estate, increased involvement from Aboriginal people in the management of the national park estate, and how things, from things like baiting through to tourism programs, that full gambit of involvement. It's just got to be done right.
If I may as well, I'd say yes, subject to there being some explicit protection of rights in place that's actually coupled with. I can give many examples of fantastic area manager relationships between traditional owners and national park staff. I can give just as many of poor relationships. You've got provisions under the Land Rights Scheme and also the Native Title Act to provide for that rights-based recognition to occur. I think we would be fairly, not wanting to speak for you, but we would be generally in support of that increase in the national park estate being coupled with the formalisation of rights being recognised for Aboriginal people too.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Sorry, just my follow-up. I've got very bad now. Mr. Byers, you were talking about the importance of sort of consultation and sort of coordination and working together, and I just wanted to just ask you, just in the context of Mount Warning and what the outcome has been on that, and in light of the terms of reference relating to access here to public lands and waterways, we now, I think the latest report on that is that the closure has been extended until the 30th of June 2027. And when we refer to what the impact is on that in terms of, the rock climbing, the sport, the tourism, and it goes on like that. I'm just wondering what maybe some of those learnings may be from where we are now in relation to your earlier comments around sort of consultation.
Yeah, and I think that's, as I said, national parks did some aspects of that really well. So the construction of that 4-day walking trail, I'm not sure if it's open yet, but I was heavily briefed on it by National Parks. It's going to be amazing once it's opened. The challenge was the closure occurred without any announcement as to what alternatives were going to be available. And so, again, rather than government exercising that convening power, bringing people together and saying, we need to work through this collectively as a community and come to an outcome that's going to work to protect what is an extremely significant area and protect that from the type of harm that Walter was talking about. But at the same time, do that in a way that is going to have a positive impact on the local community, regional tourism, and again, that's about government being open and consulting through the process and bringing people on the journey rather than making an announcement causing a whole bunch of harm and conflict between community groups and then trying to work to solve that.
Thank you. And just in light of that, we were presented that there was the cultural claim was contested. And on one hand, we were having, Indigenous elders telling us A. On the other hand, meaning, no access. On the other hand, B. They were coming into the Parliament. They were saying, yes, access, please come and enjoy. Let's be open. So just in terms of how we manage this within the community, the contested cultural claims.
It's an extremely difficult thing, and I don't know that I'm the right person to talk about the process. But again, government needs to in this space be prepared to do something extremely difficult for government, which is give up some control, because fundamentally those issues are not for a parliamentary inquiry. They're not for the government of the day, and I love the legal system, but fundamentally they're not for lawyers and courts to solve. That's for community to solve, and community needs to be given space. But
I guess just on that point, just in terms of community and the terms of reference and why we're here today, is in terms of access to public lands and waterways, by the community. And in this situation, the contest of a cultural claim, which was presented to us, closed access to the community, and we'll do that until the end of next year.
Is it a case of a recognition that dispossession and colonisation means that of course there's contest out there? Is it something to do with that, perhaps?
I mean, I would only go so far as to say that where there's inter-Indigenous disputes about those things, that it really is a case of, I'm just going to have to defer to what Daniel said before, is that you're not going to get any headway in resolving them by a forced outcome. And at the same time, I might just want to observe that there's an expectation that there would be a unanimous position amongst community, and I think it's plainly ridiculous.
Has there ever been?
Well, I give the example when this comes up that, if you go to any town hall meeting, you're going to get, 50 people there with 60 different opinions. There should be no expectation that it's any different here. You're talking about a multitude of interests amongst Indigenous groups themselves. In a post-colonial context, it's all the more heightened there. Patience and support, if not willingness to defer some powers to resolve and mediate them independently, would be the position that we would take.
Fantastic.
I think I'm going to take Mr. Byers' advice and get out of the way and not get involved and let community sort that one out. Look, thank you very much for your time today. It's been truly valuable. I can imagine we'll probably have some supplementary
Yeah.
questions. I didn't get to 90% of mine. Thanks, Sue. But yeah, thank you very much for your time. We'll now break for lunch and come back at 1 o'clock.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Get started. All right, welcome back after lunch. We now welcome our next witness. Professor Booth, can you state your full name, position, title, and swear either an oath or affirmation for us, please?
So I'm Professor David Booth, University of Technology, Sydney, fish ecologist. Here's the affirmation, which reads, I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now I'm about to give by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Would you like to make a short opening statement before we go to free flow questions?
Sure, that sounds good. So I was sitting out there smelling the restaurant for a little bit, and I realised that it's just about exactly 30 years that I was in, maybe not this office, but one nearby, talking to Minister McDonald and Minister Debus about marine parks. It scares me how little we've come ahead in 30 years, and what I see of this public inquiry so far, we could be looking at a retrograde step, which is quite difficult to take for a scientist and someone who cares about the environment. So I've, among all sorts of other research, I'm interested in the role of habitat and protected areas in fish species in particular. We've published in that realm, and I'm part of the Australian Marine Science Association, and we have put forward many statements over the years in support of not just marine parks, but most specifically what we call sanctuary zones. They are areas of the world, land and sea, where nobody exploits. So you can't mine there, you can't fish there, you can't hunt there. And it's well known that these, and I can provide lots of good scientific references, particularly in New South Wales, to demonstrate that in my fishy world, key fish species prosper in these areas and not outside. And it's easy and good to draw conclusions about why that might be. The second thing is, so the first aspect of these areas, I'll talk about the areas in a minute, is that they are areas that can have larger abundance of fish, bigger fish, and also enhance biodiversity. They can also act as refuges for climate change and other potential stresses on the marine environment. So basically they're good stuff, they really are. The other aspect of these areas is they can actually have a net benefit to people exploiting outside them. Fishers know this, for instance. How many fishers do you see what they call fishing the line? They're anchored right next to the marine park because they know darn well that a marine park breeds extra fish that spill over into the environment. And now with the new techniques we've got in genetics, we've shown that not only the big guys come out, but their babies punch above their weight and replenish the area outside. So the argument that you often hear is, oh, they're taking away access, is well and truly balanced by the fact that these populations are enhanced outside the marine parks. But the marine parks themselves and the sanctuary zones within them are clearly for biodiversity conservation. And outside marine parks, there's some good management. There are things like fisheries, catch limits, bag limits, all sorts of commercial restrictions and that sort of thing. And they can lead to what's called sustainable fisheries. But sustainable is not the same as recovered. And in fact, some of the fish species, flathead and things like that, are sustainably fished by the commercial sector at about 10 to 15% their original natural abundance. So we've removed 85% of these predators from the system. You can imagine what that might do to a natural system. Yet we're fishing sustainably. So that's true, we're fishing sustainably, but people who say, oh, that's good enough, are well and truly short of the mark. So I guess my concern is in New South Wales, that we're talking about here, only 7% of the coast is afforded this protection. So 93% of the coast is open to fishing and other forms of exploitation. In Sydney, it's even grimmer. It's only about 1%. We haven't yet addressed the whole bioregional plan in Sydney and put in marine parks. We have some aquatic reserves, and a few of those tiny ones are no fishing, and the research done on those, like Cabbage Tree Bay, shows that the fish are in there big time. Things like mowong, brim, and a couple of other species that are targeted, snapper, are much more abundant inside than outside and much larger. So the only conclusion a normal, sensible person can come to is fishing is a major threat and we need these protected areas, and on top of that, there's a benefit to fishing on the outside. So really, the shame of New South Wales, where we're looking at 30 by 30, which the federal government has attested to, 30% by 30, we got 7%. Sydney, we got 1%. What's going on? So instead of allowing access to these areas, we should be going strongly the other way and quick smart, in my opinion. Anyway, that's my opening statement. Happy to answer questions or take suggestions.
Thank you. So as I said, the committee just agreed to have free flow questions. So Ms Higginson or Mr Barrett, did you have any questions?
Yeah.
Ms Higginson, you want to kick us off?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. I apologise for looking very rude and coming in late.
That's right.
We do have a screen in our offices, so I got to see parts of that, so I do apologise. So I'm hearing very clearly an argument for those fully protected no-take reserves. How do you think, from your engagement over the time, how is the best way for New South Wales to actually execute that mission or implement that mission in terms of the no-take and the protection of these marine areas? How do we do that? Is it a case of you can't do it unless you bring everyone along, or how do we do it based on your evidence around this being scientifically informed around building the health and well-being of the species and the opportunity for wreck fishers and others to actually fish?
I should have mentioned, and I was actually going to bring a copy, but I thought, no, you should have a copy. In 2023, we launched a report, and we had hard copies delivered to members of Parliament. We actually launched it right here, which answers a lot of those questions. It has a whole lot of the actual evidence, because people often say, where's the evidence? It details the many, many scientific papers that say this is a good thing. It also makes some suggestions to the government of ways forward. One of those, for instance, is the aquatic reserves, which are already gazetted, to be transformed fully into no-take areas. That would get it up to about 2% or something like that, from less than 1%. So there are probably some of the lower-hanging fruit that could be done to improve that. I do think many fishers are on board, and in fact, any of these polls that are done show a large majority of fishers understand the need for protected areas, like national parks on land, and that they are places for fish to prosper. They've swum in there. Snorkels will tell you, wow, look in these small protected areas compared to outside, for not only the fish species but some of the others as well. There's more of them, they behave differently and that sort of thing. So I do think most people are on board with this, and as usual, squeaky wheels get oiled, etc. And I do think that if we were looking at what the majority of people, including fishers, wanted, we'd be moving pretty swiftly to get more marine protection.
And so then just on that point, and you say, I think I hear what you're saying in relation to squeaky wheels, but say over the last, if we're to look at, say, the last 15 years, what have been the major inhibitors or barriers or brick walls or to kind of stopping us from moving to what an evidence-based position would be, where we do have these healthy no-take areas to support the entire system?
It's been an interesting ride the last 30 years, and you do realise that you think, oh, it's obvious, there's evidence, that's it, everyone will be on board. But of course, scientists are not trained in the social sciences, but some of us who do venture out of our realm, and it's a difficult venture because we see these roadblocks. They're not scientific, they're not logical, they're not what I would call humanitarian roadblocks. They're roadblocks of access, and really people thinking, why do you keep me out of places? But really we already have places that aren't accessible in the world, and people are willing to accept those. You're not allowed to bust into a doctor's surgery and that sort of thing. And to me, really full access, 100% access, should not be forced if there's evidence against that. So what I've seen in all that time is potential gains, losses. Potential gains, and it's always political, and it's always led by a few people who seem to have a political edge. We're too busy. We're doing our research to hang around being political all the time, and it's very frustrating to see the politicians that are on board, which are many, not really ganging up together. And maybe that's, I don't understand politics, maybe that's because there are easier fish to fry, so to speak, pardon the pun.
I don't think anyone really understands politics, but thank you. Yeah, go for it.
That's all you had?
No, I've got more if you want. If you.
We'll fire off a couple more.
Okay, I was going to say I got in trouble in the last session. I took all the questions. Could you, from your expertise, is there a hierarchy or a quasi-hierarchy of the most damaging aspects to marine protected areas or the aquatic reserves?
Yeah, well, first of all, to flip that around, how do we decide where to put them, I suppose, is one quick question. The world's standard is, or the gold standard is a thing called CAR, comprehensive, adequate and representative. So in other words, we don't go, well, slap one here and slap one here. And we make sure all the habitats, all the key species are covered, and we do that in a sort of scientific way, I guess you would say. And so that we have that done. For instance, in the Sydney bioregion, Hawkesbury bioregion, we've had that done by scientists to work out if you're putting them where the best places would be. On top of that, when I've been on marine park committees like the Port Stephens Great Lakes one, which incidentally most people on that committee were fishers of different sorts. It was really a good committee, actually. I enjoyed learning. But of course, then there's pullbacks. Oh, that is a very important marlin fishing spot. We'll take that out. So there are white antings that happen, and some of them fair enough. And what you often get is what's called a residual area. So the place that no one cared about is where you put your sanctuary zone. Surprise, surprise, it doesn't perform as well as the areas nearby. So I think we need to put biodiversity first, use the CAR principles, get this in place, and then work out the rest after that.
And so what do you say to, we heard some evidence earlier from recreational fishing, the Recreational Fishing Alliance, but also the Underwater Skin Divers and Spearfishers Association. They, and I don't want to get their evidence wrong, but I understood them to say that the data around sustainable takes and population health is not good data, as in the DPI and the data that they're working with or communicating with is not reliable, it's not good. They were sort of, there seemed to be a presentation that, from some anyway, that you should have uniform rules around what you can and can't do. But then there seemed to be an admission that perhaps actually localised conditions for particular areas or by regions are important. But what do you say to that about this unmet thirst for accurate information about species, about populations and area health and well-being?
Well, I can certainly present scientific papers in very reputable international journals that are very strongly suggestive of the effects of line fishing, spearfishing and that sort of thing. So it's a bit disingenuous to suggest that they are poor data, and I'd flip it around and say, where are your good scientific data that you're not having an effect? To me, the exploiter should be, the onus should be on them, but it never is. It never is in conservation.
To make sure their evidence is correctly presented. They said that DPI's species-specific data was out of date in many cases. Some of their
they do a stock assessment deep over a few years, and I'd have to say it's one of the world's best.
I did qualify it. I was trying to, thanks for that.
Okay.
What do you say to that in terms of this species stock data is not up to date?
Stock assessment or abundance index of abundance, I guess, is another way of referring it.
Yeah, if they're talking about the DPI's official stock assessment reports, which are amazing really for what they are, they're probably one of the world's best I've ever seen. We use them in our classes and that sort of thing. Are only done every few years, and they do probably the top 20 or 30 species of about 100 or so under-resourced. Surprise, surprise. That is a good point, and I think specific species need more work. However, when you get strong scientific evidence, international evidence, that fishing in an area, when you have a no-take area, the benefits to key species like snapper, there's a very good paper on the effects of spearfishing, and quite a few of my students are spearfishers, and they sometimes say, but we're a bit different from the others. Everyone's trying to pretend they're the good fisher. Right? Oh, the commercial fishers, they're the worst. Oh, the line fishers, they have no clue and they leave plastics everywhere, which is true. The spear, we're really selective. What are they selective for? The big, beautiful ones that really punch above their weight, the large flathead and the big snapper, the very ones we want to keep.
And the groper.
Yes, and the groper, but not anymore, hopefully. And so everyone's got their little vested interest instead of sticking back and say, leave some of nature alone to replenish. And it's very frustrating when they say, oh, the data aren't good. They have no data at all. We have excellent data and very, very compelling and really plain as the nose in your face if you know how to read very simple scientific data and look at our report. It's available online and it clearly, in plain English for the public, talks about these papers. And I think until you've read those, then come back.
Thank you. Go for it.
Sure. What does some of this data and reports say about some of the other risks to marine life? I know you mentioned the Port Stephens Great Lakes Marine Park, obviously an area that has issues with catchment runoff, coastal development. How does restricting fishing address those issues?
It's a good point. However, I once again say, if you have an area with no fishing and you get major benefits to the species, it doesn't take a scientific degree to say it's fishing that was the cause. Yes, there are other causes as well. If you put in a small protected area, that doesn't stop runoff, yet you're still getting improved fishing. Fish species there. So to me, you know,
Well, what do we do about the other threats?
Yeah, there's a lot of other threats as well. I'd say fishing is one of the biggest ones, and that's proven by putting in these small parks and getting huge benefits.
But some of the research suggests that I think there was a paper done quite a few years ago that ranked the threats, and recreational fishing was quite below. One of the big issues, obviously, was water quality.
I won't go into it too much now, but our report goes into it in great detail about the flaws in that report. The TAR report, done by some of my good colleagues, is a wonderful threats and risk assessment report, 600 pages of juicy, good data, showing there's a lot of data missing. But then they gave that to a consulting group, but then was asked to rank them. The way they ranked it, they had people around a table like this with donuts and that, and they came up with a ranking. And what they then did is they split fishing into and rec fishing into 6 different parts. So if you split anything into 6 different parts, they moved down the ranking list. So they had some absurd things ahead of fishing as important. And so if that fishing is accumulated, they would have been right at the top. As it is, they're in the top 12, all the different sorts of fishing that they'd fragmented into. So we pointed that out in our report, and it stands as a problem.
Okay. And so you're obviously talking about aquatic reserves or marine protected areas. They're obviously quite ad hoc in terms of where they're being placed and what size they are. What's your view around evaluating those areas, also evaluating sanctuary zones and keeping them being moved around rather than just locking them down and not shifting?
Yeah, it's actually a very interesting area of science at the moment because of climate change.
I was going to ask.
So climate change comes in there. Incidentally, these small areas do help with invasive species under climate change. But in theory, you would say, okay, well, if that particular bioregion is shifting south, and one of our specific areas of research is what's called tropicalisation, you would shift. One of the issues, however, is if you put in an area and stop, say, fishing in this area here, it takes years to achieve the benefits. It only takes months to remove the benefits if it's opened up, which has happened down south, but it takes years to get that benefit. So it makes it difficult to say, okay, in a sort of organic marine park setup, you'd have them moving up and down, but you cannot do that because of the biology of the animals. And so you're right, some of them are ad hoc, some of them are not. The discussions we had for the Port Stephens Park a long time ago were really fairly sciencey. The Bateman's Park certainly was. Under recognition, there's a lot of deeper reef we didn't even understand until some of the work was done mapping this. But yeah, as I said, you get what the scientists think should happen, and then that gets fragmented. The aquatic reserves, there's a lot of history behind each one of those. Luckily, Tower Point and Shelley Beach are in good spots and have really shown the benefit. But another one just north called Booty, that was particularly put in everyone's least favourite fishing spot. So that was community driven, that one. And then of course 10 years later they said, oh, there's not as many fish here as outside, they didn't work. But there was nothing in the first place. So some of them, you're right, are ad hoc, but some of the others, and these days we have much more knowledge of what's in the environment, I think. And there's many more people fishing and using the environment too. So yeah, so the ad hoc nature to me is more about the original model getting tweaked.
So when we're assessing an area for a sanctuary zone or aquatic reserve or a marine park, what's the level of evidence that should be required by government to not only do but also publicise to the community to have those restrictions or those rules put in place? And should the same level of evidence or data drive any reassessment of areas as well?
Yeah, well, again, using the Port Stephens example, there was a promise of a big review after 5 years and all sorts of support for research. Luckily, we did some for nothing, basically, but really there wasn't that support to really understand how effective these areas were. So when the next one comes around, you're basing things on, luckily, as I said, we have done, there's some really quite good studies done at the Port Stephens area showing the value of these very small protected areas to not only the area but the fishery around it. And yeah, I think when they're being set up, and the trouble is, of course, we have to have full stakeholder consultation. And sometimes that works, sometimes it doesn't. But quite often the science is put up and then someone says, oh, science and environment, that's another stakeholder. And I don't like that. I think that should be the base of the way it works, and then stakeholder tweakings are recognised as such afterwards.
As in the science is the kind of common base that you build.
Yeah,
like
why is that a stakeholder? That is what should... The environment isn't just another stakeholder to me. You know, if there's strong evidence, and there is, as I said, New South Wales, best in the world as far as evidence for the effect of sanctuary zones and the benefit, really any change to those scientific models, it should be clearly recognised that this is against nature. This is going to erode a little bit the effects, maybe not enough to worry about that, because there might be some social benefits that have got to be popped in there, but let's not pretend it's going to draw back a bit from the conservation outcomes.
Right, so that's to set them up, but what about to reassess them, and at what point should they be reassessed? I know you spoke about this promise of reviewing the Port Stephens one. I think fishermen are still waiting for a proper review. It's 20 years?
Yeah, it's ridiculous. And luckily, we've taken upon ourselves to do this work, and some of the DPI scientists, who are incidentally like world leaders in this, have come up with some. The Snapper paper, for instance, is very compelling. The value of small protected areas.
Is that the one by Dr. Monchowski? Where she stood a camera on the headland and assumed. I was going to say that was pretty garbage science.
Never heard of that person at all, and certainly isn't part of our review.
She worked for the DPI.
Never heard of that person. I used to work for the DPI. It sounds like a made-up person to me, but David Harasti and others are not made up, and
she appeared before estimates. I can assure you she was real.
Sure, whatever.
She stuck a camera on a headland and assumed that every boat that went through an area was catching the illegal.
Bully for her, I say. I've never heard of it, so there you go.
Well,
you shouldn't erode good science with whatever that was.
And no, it was widely regarded as junk science, and I think it set the case back a fair bit for DPI science.
Probably a good idea. I reckon peak rec fishing bodies should fund science to do the proper research. I mean, I think we just gave up applying to the Rec Fishing Trust for any things to do with marine parks. So they didn't want to touch them with a barge pole. But really, if you really feel that they're being hard done by and these areas aren't working, that's exactly where some funding could come to really reassess these things, rather than just say it's the government's not doing a good job. They're quite cashed up.
What would be I know they take 48% of the trust for themselves. What would be, I guess, the trigger point, you think, in terms of years that you would do a review on a marine park? Or would it be a revolving every 5 years, every 10 years? What
the nominal 5 years, I don't think any scientist really objected to that. Yeah. For instance, if you set something up that wasn't there before, you've got to think, okay, what are the key organisms that people are interested in? Well, clearly, being a fish person, I'm interested in the fish. But I can tell you, within within weeks some species colonised. I mean, look, they dumped the HMS Adelaide. I didn't think that was a great job, but they sunk that just north of here. Almost within a day, certain species had arrived, but it took longer for the others. And as far as breeding, it takes longer. So things like that, fishes might be interesting, like snapper bream, even mowong and things like that. They will take up residence, but you want more than that. You want populations to prosper, to get large, get old, and so. But I still think the 5-year number is not a bad number in terms of review, and equally, I think there should be an onus on the exploiters to do some research as well. That's high level and published.
Mr. Barrett, do you have any questions, or Ms. Merton?
I've got another one too. Sorry, thank you very much. Just in your opening statement, you made reference about New South Wales protected areas are only 7% of land water, should expand to at least 30% by 2030. And then in your submission, I think you make reference in the closing paragraph to on this point, and you make reference to as recontended by the International Union for the Conservator of Nature. Wondering if you might be able to just elucidate a little bit about that international reference.
Yeah, well, at some point, nations got together and decided that we should be pushing for 30% protection overall. I know where that came from in the marine environment. A friend of mine named Jim Bonsack wrote a paper where he calculated that if you had about 30% of the fish in a particular species conserved, the replenishment by the eggs and the larvae spreading to the other areas would keep the other 60-70% going. So there were various studies done in the marine environment that suggested, more is better, less is dangerous, but about 30% would be a good start to get to be able to say, look, it really is sustainable. We can keep these populations going into the future. And they took that argument on land, although there's some other studies done there. One of my issues with the 30% is it's a bit unclear what they mean by it. Some people say, it's when we're doing anything to do with conserving nature that counts. So you might be putting up an artificial reef, or you might be planting some seagrass. That's part of the 30%. And us as senior scientists all around Australia wrote to Tanya Plibersek, because she was saying, we've already got the 30% in Australia. We can congratulate ourselves. But there's only 9% across the whole of the oceans that Australia have to do with that is actually good enough IUCN levels 1 and 2, which means actually protected from exploitation. The rest, there's, you can't do certain sorts of fishing, or you can't mine there, but they are not, we've shown time and again when you do that, you get some tiny benefits, but the gold standard is keep exploiters out of small areas, or up to 30%.
Sorry.
No, I was going to say, there's also a kind of the start of, I've read recently the start of a kind of scientific basis to say, actually, we probably need half for nature if we're going to, but yeah, I think that's a kind of new path forward. And
I do think we've been so whipped down with, we're way underestimating what we really need.
That's right.
And so this is why I'm pushing for 30%. It's probably not enough, but
that's my understanding of the 30%. And I think it was it was named as the High Ambition Coalition that came together and put forward that, brought all those voices together.
And of course, I should say, on land, it's a very difficult task. Australia, I love Australia, but we've punched above our weight destroying Australia, really. Yeah. And so they're going to have to make all sorts of compromises to get anywhere near 30%. These will not be totally sanctuary type areas, but in the sea we have a chance.
So and on land we've currently just above 10% is in protected area.
That's
We've
right.
been talking about that quite a bit with other witnesses who have said, no, we need to build and we need to do more. And
because there's not much more room. And when I walked in, I saw those nice people with the horse issue. And of course, I love horses. They are destroying one of the globally important Kosciuszko National Park. They are absolutely destroying it. And I've seen it all around the world, trying to save feral animals in the face of nature. And, really on land, we really are in a big in big trouble. But I just feel slightly more positive in the ocean if we can get people behind.
Can I just ask about about how you view some of the native title rights to sea country and First Nations traditional custodians, and again, I don't want to get evidence wrong, but I have been hearing the argument that actually First Nations sea country managers want to be able to reverse some of the exploitation that's happening. There's the project at the south around with the urchins that have taken over and are making a real mess of reefs and areas. Do you see that there's a really positive relationship and role in broadening the marine park estate and having traditional practices and management of sea country?
Well, the good news is for the marine environment, we're getting, for instance, in Sydney, I work at the Sydney Institute of Marine Science and UTS, we have the Gamay Rangers, based down at Gamay, and, they have been a really positive message for the marine environment. And they're saying, look, we've been here for thousands of years, we used to be able to catch pippies here, they're all gone. That's the evidence-based changes, and they feel that, yes, the sanctuary areas really are important, which is something I hadn't heard of for decades. On land, there's IPAs, Indigenous Protected Areas, and I don't understand enough about those. And I guess from my perspective, if there was such an area, but it was definitely shown to be valuable to conservation, I'd be for it. But if it was definitely shown to be not valuable to nature, I'd be concerned. So once again, if we can just, the gold areas are the ones we don't have any exploitation.
Just as Ms Higginson raised it, what's your view of the current situation where there has been reports of netting and other extractive processes being done under the guise of native title fishing in Section 8 closures, in sanctuary zones in marine parks, and DPI have gone hands off because of concerns around native title protections? And I've seen lots of photos of abalone shells stacked high, a lot undersized. What's your view in regard to that, given that they're potentially undermining, the work of, sanctuary zones?
I am concerned, and it's a tricky one. And we've all seen what's happened in New Zealand, etc. And I would like to think that everyone has to follow the same rules, but there's cultural things. I think one of the mechanisms is education. It's a bit more indirect, unfortunately, but for instance, the Gamay Rangers are really spreading the word on marine protection, and so I just see that it's really going in the right direction. And I don't like those sorts of large catches of whatever it might be, which can undermine sanctuary protection. But I do think, I think
it's gone beyond education when it's in the realm of organised crime, though. I think it's a bit too late.
Good question. I know well about the whole abalone deal, not necessarily Indigenous, but those sorts of things can really decimate a population quite quickly. So that's a thorny problem.
But it's now because we haven't dealt with that problem. It's now spreading into other species and other areas. Surely that's a concern for you as a marine scientist.
Yep. If my concern, and it is to give the best outcome for nature. It is a concern, and I'm, I guess, suggesting that strong education may be one way to go.
Mr. Barrett, you've got your hand up there, sorry.
Thanks, Chair. Professor, we heard evidence earlier from recreational groups that they would be willing to sort of contribute to improve their access to different areas. That was as far as infrastructure is concerned. But if you look particularly in inland waters where I'm more familiar, it's often fishing clubs and other users who are making a positive contribution to habitat protection, restocking. I just wondered your views on opportunities to use those sort of groups, even though they are taking fish out, but in all they have a net positive on the ecosystem.
Yeah, no, I agree with you, and I think that sort of thing should be case by case. I still think that the sanctuary zone, not in freshwater probably as much, it's a much more difficult thing in freshwater with agriculture impinging on fishing spots and that sort of thing. And certainly, as I said, a number of people I work with are fishers and are the sort of people who will be great ambassadors, being out there all the time. Will be great ambassadors for the marine environment. What I wouldn't want to see, but on the other hand, we have in New South Wales, we'll have a marine park like, again, the Great Lakes, Port Stephens one or Bateman's, where a small proportion is what we call a pink zone or sanctuary, a larger proportion is habitat protection. But whenever we've done the science, the habitat protection zone doesn't cut the mustard. And so, but on the other hand, we have lost a lot of habitat, particularly in the freshwater environment. You mentioned urchins. That's a bit of a controversial problem among scientists. It's probably more of a problem further south you go, particularly Tasmania. Maybe not so much in Sydney, but yeah, we at Sydney Institute of Marine Science, we're doing experiments at the moment, removing urchins to see if the kelp will recover and that sort of thing. So yeah, I mean, I really think there's we should be having a really good partnership with the many thinking fishers that are out there.
Is that it, Mr. Barrett, Ms. Merton, Ms. Higginson? Do you have any other further?
Sorry.
Yeah, just in terms of one of the approaches in relation to fishing, take areas, or managing fishing, the idea that there will be these local management plans. Is that something that you think is a sensible approach, or is there understanding that would be in addition to, from where your research is? So if we had healthy marine protected areas where there were no take, should there also in addition be those management plans for kind of off reserve, in order to really understand the well-being and impact of the reserve areas?
Well, yeah, I mean, the comparison has to be there. Now, already there are basically rules and regulations, top-down, admittedly, from DPI, that they and others would claim, with some justification, have benefit, bag limits, catch limits, closures, and that sort of thing. That's separate to things like habitat restoration and also the influence of water quality and the other things that do affect the marine environment, especially outside marine parks. Yeah, I mean, they should be all part of it. I don't know a lot about these regional plans, but so long as they complement the overall, well, there's a couple of things. Firstly, with marine protected areas, one of the issues is, of course, fish move. Everyone knows that, and the babies move as well. So that's why we don't go, oh, let's just put a giant marine park in Port Stephens and leave the rest of New South Wales out. Firstly, the fish change. Secondly, they recruit, often in a southerly direction, but not always. And so the science we have now strongly suggests we need connectivity of marine parks as well. So we need some stepping stones as well.
And I'm just curious about... I'm from the far north of the state, and we have there one of the unhealthiest rivers, the Richmond River, on the eastern seaboard. Like it's in collapse. The river is collapsing. Its ecosystem is barely functioning. We have fish kills.
Acid sulfates.
We have all sorts of things. Yeah. I tend to I see after every rain event, what once was a river decades ago is just a catastrophe of, and I'm hearing that, our turtles are catastrophically ill. Do you think there would be a case for particular areas, river mouths, estuarine areas, where we might have to take some really significant and more dramatic action in the next while if we are going to make efforts to recover those parts of our ecosystem? Oh
yeah, there's just trillions can be spent, of course, and the whole acid sulfate soil thing was just awful, where they realised erosion of soils into the estuary, which went out to sea, but it was mainly the estuaries were the problem, were responsible for just complete and utter destruction and death of all the fish there, when there was quite a thriving fishery in the Richmond River
We
before.
had oyster. We had the best. It was incredible, but it's all gone.
So what we're talking about now, notwithstanding that, there are certainly big problems in places like that, and which need to be dealt with. And I would say that having some sort of marine protected area near those areas acts as sort of, I don't know, a hope spot, some people say, and a sort of a centre for action in other areas around, I've found. So
A bit like kind of refuge, like that kind of principle, like a hope.
Yeah, an animal, but also a people refuge,
Yeah.
So, it's quite often said, has been said here, that, they're only prohibition of exploitation. What about the other things? But time and again, these protected areas and the people associated with them, can look after other aspects of the environment as well. So,
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Mooney, so just picking up what you're saying, Professor, and I was trying to get to it before, what's your view on moving those sanctuary zones or no-take zones around within a marine park from time to time, and what should that time frame be? Instead of, because as you said, lines on a map, fish swim in and around, they expand out, there's talk of the displacement effect. What is your view on moving those no-take areas around, and what period should they be done?
yeah,
if you
done
do
very
move
carefully.
them?
I mean, it's sort of the analogy on land where agriculture has fallow, and we do work with sustainable seafood all around the country, actually, with our program, commercial species, and there's one particular one we are quite excited about until the South Australian algal bloom came along and destroyed everything down there, and that is a Spencer Gulf prawn fishery where they actually bottom trawl prawns, which would normally be a no-no. They do it with rollers, and they bring the prawns into a tank, and so there's high survival of the ones they don't want to keep, and they move around. And so there is an argument for that. My concern is, for instance, rocky reef fish, they don't tend to have those, they take years to grow, and if we went moving it around, we'd be starting at ground zero all the time. So there might be some argument for it. It would have to be done very, very carefully, and if you move some of the ones that are in place now, for instance, if you say, Shelley Beach has had its lot, let's move it up to Long Reef, an absolute disaster would ensue, I would think. And so, it sounds like a good idea, but you just have to be very, very careful.
It'd have to be site-specific or species-specific, depending on what you were trying to what you were trying to improve.
Especially when we've got so few at the moment. I'd say rather than moving them, just create extra ones, which of course a lot of people are lobbying for around Sydney, Bong and Parsley Bay and Bondi and all those sorts of things. We need more, not shifting the ones we've got. I don't think. Yeah.
Okay. Just checking with anyone else online has any other questions. If not, we might call it there. No?
Thank you.
Right on the money, 1:45.
Yeah, thank you.
Is that what
so
the time
much.
was supposed to cut off, or was it 2?
Yeah,
1:45.
1:45.
Perfect. Perfect. All right. Well, that concludes our time. I don't believe you took anything on notice, but if you did, we have supplementary questions, the Secretariat will be in touch and
send you any documentation.
Get you with them. Okay. So once again, thank you for your time, Professor.
Chair, can we actually request a copy of the report? I know you said everybody's got it, but it might be beneficial if you could.
I don't remember seeing it.
Yeah, I'm worried. Things move fast in this place.
I've got a nice online copy I can send. I think.
Just send it through to the Secretariat.
Right?
If you could, and then we could have the benefit of that fresh for the purpose of this.
Because we did put a lot of effort into that, including the evidence base.
Yeah.
And then look at it and make a comment.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks, everyone.
Thanks
for your time.
Thank you.
We'll now bring forward our next witnesses. Now welcome our next witnesses. So starting with my first witness on my left, can you state your name, position, title and swear either an oath or affirmation for me, please?
My name's Shane Wilson, Deputy General Manager Infrastructure, Narrandera Shire. I'll take the affirmation. I solemnly and sincerely declare, I affirm that the evidence I'm now about to give by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Daniel Linklater, Mayor of Wentworth Shire. I'll take the oath. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you.
Mr Chair, Ken Ross, General Manager, Wentworth Shire Council, and I'll take the affirmation. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Mr Chair, Andrew Kearns, Manager Strategic Planning, Hawkesbury City Council. I'll take the affirmation. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And in that same order, does anyone want to make a short opening statement before we go to questions?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Firstly, thank you for the opportunity to speak. Narrandera Shire, uniquely located on the Murrumbidgee River. I don't need to tell you much more than that, other than we've got fantastic natural assets, river system reserves, and a number of them which are under Crown control or ownership. The council provides a number of active sporting and recreation facilities on those lands, in which many of them are at a huge cost to the community. The key reserves that we identify within our submission are vulnerable items that, if lost via the general access to the community under claim or alike, would actually have detrimental impact to the social fabric of the communities. Having said that, Council fully acknowledge the Aboriginal land claims and the rights of the First Nations people. However, it is creating prolonged uncertainty and raising major concerns about the ongoing practical management and access to those properties. It's also creating a major issue with council undertaking maintenance, quite often without any authority on those lands, because we're unable to enter an agreement with Crown because of the claims upon the land. Additionally, it's a number of claims of actually creating lost opportunities and major impacts on housing release areas, infrastructure and alike. And just one example is we've got 32 hectares of zoned land ready for residential that is under claim. The Crown, I'm sure, they've identified no objection throughout any of the planning processes in the to identify it as a future growth area. The other one, and it was quite amazing how sometimes, you know, the community infrastructure, we're looking for a site for a new water treatment plant. We look to expand our current depot. It's surrounded by Crown. We approached the Crown. Of course, it's under claim. Spoke to the Sydney Aboriginal Land Council. They said, no problem. Pay them the money for it. They'll release the claim, and then we could buy it off Crown. I don't know about any other community. My community doesn't want to pay twice for land. And it makes me wonder how the claim that's on that land can be financially just bought off as it's got no significance for the claim not to be heard. And it takes me to really my last point is that, you know, what we're seeking is some timely decisions on claims. Give us a single entity to deal with and the opportunity to be able to actually move forward with some of these assets. We've got other Crown land not dissimilar. We've got unused rail corridors and the like, which we've been trying for years to get Transport or UGL or whoever their manager is at the time to have conversations about releasing this land, which is cherry ripe for immediate residential purposes. We've got a housing shortage, yet we can't get the land. So with that, I think it's a different spin on the rest that I've seen today, but that's where we're sitting with it.
Different spins are good in inquiries. Mr. Linklater or Mr. Ross?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Committee, for the opportunity. As mentioned, Mayor of Wentworth Shire, I'm joined by my General Manager, and we represent a community with concern in terms of the actions of Crown lands. The inconsistent, bureaucratic and non-productive approach to land-based outcomes has proven Crown to be very difficult to deal with. At the present time, Wentworth Shire Council finds itself with a claim against it in the vicinity of $3.3 million, which is a portion between Valuer General, Crown and Barkindji native title holders. On 16 June 2015 and 22 August 2017, the Federal Court made orders by consent recognising Barkindji and Malyagapa people's native title rights. Within the consent determinations there is a Schedule 5 which identifies pieces of land which native title has been extinguished explicitly. In spite of this schedule, Council has received direction from Crown in the form of sentiments such as Council's advice that the acquisition is not proceeding is not supported. Wentworth Shire Council should apply for a licence for the proposed use of the land for drainage or sewer pipeline. A licence may be issued for a term with the condition for the licence to be compulsorily acquired by Council. Or, therefore, we encourage Council to use the acquisition power for the creation of the easement. So in effect, Council has been forced to undertake a process for which compensation has been assessed and payable both to the Crown and to NTS Corp. So our Shire is responsible for the management of 73 Crown reserves. These reserves are important community assets providing a range of facilities from sports grounds, racecourse, showground, recreational parks, cemeteries and bushland. Council spent more than $3.5 million on maintaining the Crown reserves it manages and an additional $2.7 million on capital upgrades in the facilities in the 24-5 financial year, demonstrating us to be an active Crown land manager for the benefit of the community. Some of these reserves contain essential water, sewer and drainage infrastructure components for which our council, as the water utility, has owned, operated and maintained in some cases since the 50s. For Crown to coerce or guide Wentworth Shire Council to obtain freehold title to these assets through the Land Acquisitions Just Terms Compensation Act requires that compensation be paid to those with an interest in the land. As it stands, the beneficiary of alleged compensation payable is the State of New South Wales and Barkindji native title. Now, in some areas of government where those seem to derive benefit from their own processes, such conduct may be construed as corrupt. The acquisition process requires valuation, and the preferred supplier of this service is Valuer General New South Wales. So we have Crown telling a local council to undertake a process for which the Crown will benefit. And additionally, we have the VG conduct the valuation and assessment for compensation amounts, the payment of which benefits the Crown. Council has had need on numerous occasions to question valuation validity, triggering further process and cost, and ultimately none of our requests for review were given the time of day by the VG. One example in our original submission was a 39 square metre portion of land valued at $4,800 for which the VG charged us $18,900. It's absurd. Today I want to just quickly run through another example. The Wentworth Aerodrome was up until recently a gravel path for both runways and taxiways. Council sought funding for an upgrade by way of a sealed runway and extension for safety reasons. The extension of the east-west runway required encroachment into a Crown portion to the east to enable safe navigation. Council had previously held a licence over this piece of land for drainage. An additional purpose of urban services would have satisfied this upgrade, but acquisition was advised. So our friends from the VG value the land at $360,000. Council notes that the valuation authorised a dwelling to be built on the land, which we claim exaggerates the value and assert that a building of a dwelling in the pathway of oncoming aircraft would be reckless, but were advised that the VG valuation remained. Council then, of its own volition, sought an alternative valuation for the same piece of land, which came in at $118,000. When presented as an alternative to the Valuer General, it was again ignored. For a transaction that could have been undertaken by a change to licensing for an additional purpose, for a much needed community asset, the actual cost when it's all said and done will be $456,000. But we now know that a licence is achievable, seeing as Crown has recently offered the Shire a licence to operate the East Wentworth sewage treatment ponds. Council was not in this case coerced or encouraged or guided or instructed to pursue an acquisition process, and the operation of the infrastructure continues, fully endorsed by the Crown. The obvious question is, why was this not possible for all of the acquisitions for which Wentworth Shire Council was instructed to undertake. The inconsistencies throughout this process remain incomprehensible. Now, just finally, for the information of the committee, it should be known that our concerns have been raised with Minister Camper, Minister Honig and Treasurer Mookie both in person and through detailed correspondence. No replies were received from these gentlemen. However, we did receive a response from the Department of Planning, Housing and Infrastructure signed by Director Legal, Crown Lands and Cemeteries. This correspondence stated, "The Department acknowledges the complexities of this matter and is willing to take a collaborative approach to its resolution. Accordingly, Department's priority is to receive the funds to which it is entitled from Council as promptly as possible." So, no solution. Now, we're a little bush council that's been doing okay, keeping our head above water, financially speaking. I can tell you we do not have $3.3 million to pay for a botched process. We are flanked out in the far west by 2 local government areas that came out of administration in the most recent local government elections. And the Minister is rightly proud of that. And I make no reflections on the conduct of our neighbours other than to say that I don't believe the Minister would want any more councils in the far west to find themselves in administration. And what's one of the quickest ways to do that? Not pay your bills, or not be able to pay your bills. So the position we find ourselves in because of processes stemming from access restrictions to public lands is unacceptable, it's unequitable. Actually, when we go through some specific examples, it's idiotic and it needs to be remedied. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you. Mr Kearns?
Thank you, Mr Chair. So drawing on policy insights from Hawkesbury Council's recently completed Hawkesbury Social Infrastructure Assessment and Strategy, social infrastructure, open spaces and public land should be places that are better for the community, where all people feel welcome, included and valued, as well as better for people because they feel safe and comfortable to interact and enjoy healthy lives. The quality of public space is just as important as quantum. Linking parks, bushland and waterways is a key priority, and key considerations in future planning and design of social infrastructure should include how they support participation and inclusion. Local government areas such as the Hawkesbury are blessed to have access to significant areas of national parks, nature reserves and recreational areas, a mixture of which are in various ownership or control, including council. The Upper Hawkesbury River, or the Durubin, flows from Yarramundi to Wiseman, some 76 kilometres, used by a range of users, recreational sporting activities, commercial fishers. There's formal and informal boat ramps that provide access to Hawkesbury residents and visitors alike. And being a local government area in such close proximity to the Northwest Growth area, there's increasing pressure, especially on sites with direct access to the river. There's a need to manage these areas and to provide sufficient facilities and upgrade existing facilities to accommodate the increased usage and provide, in order to provide equitable access to all. There's an overly complex layers of responsibility depending on where you are in the waterway and where you are on the actual bank of the waterways. There's no one authority with responsibility to care for and manage our waterways, such as the Hawkesbury. The consequence is that care falls between the cracks between agencies. Currently, access to public lands and waterways poses a significant restriction on Aboriginal cultural practices to the detriment of environmental protection and cultural heritage preservation. Traditional owners should be given the opportunities to undertake cultural practice on public land and waterways in recognition of their continuing connection and cultural responsibilities to care for country. Restriction of this access has led to the degraded natural environment and destruction or degradation of cultural heritage. By allowing cultural practice such as cultural burns, local communities could display an improved level of social well-being and economic benefit, whilst also contributing to an improvement in the natural environment and assisting public landowners in the management of these lands and waterways. Review of legislation needs to occur to understand the impacts on cultural practice on public lands in Australia. An example is the Rural Fires Act, which is relatively silent in terms of cultural burns and is a barrier to undertaking cultural burns on private and public land. The Biodiversity and Conservation State Environmental Planning Policy notes that cultural burns can be undertaken without approval, but only when not for commercial gain. This fails to recognise Indigenous cultural and intellectual property rights of Aboriginal communities. To undertake cultural burns on public land, the current pathway is a Part 5 application approval under the Environmental Planning and Assessment Act. Resources to prepare, onerous and expensive, particularly in the context of the activities improving the environmental value of land. Government investment alone has proven inadequate to maintain and improve public lands and waterways, yet it is capable of improving access to land and collaborating on improved outcomes. A number of examples of collaborative models that have been included in our submission. The current arrangements for enforcing restrictions to accessing public lands should be reviewed and consider whether or not the restrictions create an excessively onerous compliance obligation versus the practical public benefit.
Thank you. So the committee's just resolved to have free flows questions. I'll fire off a couple and then I'll pass to my colleagues. Just a general one to all of you, particularly interested in boat ramp facilities, and it's a bit of a vexed issue amongst both boaters and councils, because you get given money to build these things and then you get lumped with the lifetime maintenance costs. So I understand why many councils are reluctant to, put in for grants, but just get a sense of how many boat ramps you all manage within your LGA. Happy for you to take it on notice if you don't know off the top of your head.
Just counting.
We've only got three. Luckily. So.
Okay. Wentworth,
I think we've got 7.
7, I think.
Yeah. Mr. Kearns?
Formal have 1 and informal, I think 6. Yeah.
6. And by informal, you mean no physical infrastructure? They're just essentially dirt ramp?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Maybe if we could just further another example for you, Chair. So we have 3 houseboat pump-out facilities.
Yes. That was going to be another question, yeah.
Sorry to jump in.
No, that's all right.
Yeah, so in the era, Maritime gifted them, cost shifting onto a local government area and on the state border between New South Wales and Victoria. That's where Wentworth is.
Yeah.
And so we've got 1 in the Darling and 2 in the Murray River. Obviously, tourism and promotion and environment, all the right reasons for having them, but little old Wentworth Shire Council inherited them. We've just undertaken 2 replacements for them in the vicinity of about $1.2 million each, partly funded, I will admit that.
Yeah, I think you received some money via the Boating Infrastructure Communities grants, yep.
Yeah. But as part of my Mayor's earlier remarks, so they were vested in, 2 of them were vested to council, but then subsequently, obviously from the river infrastructure, and then they go to a sewer pump station where you require an easement to go to them, and then from there into our augmented sewer system. So the predicament is that vested to council, outdated, and then Aboriginal land claim, and then we must acquire the pump station, which means you must acquire that, and the lead up to the infrastructure on the water, payment of compensation to the Crown, to the Barkagee, plus a new thing that we've found out is called cultural loss. So in essence, by comparison to Mr Wilson and paying twice, it appears that Wentworth Shire Council might be paying 3 times for the privilege of something that's just been ongoing, lucky us, bestowed upon us.
Yeah. And how has your engagement been with Maritime on some of those boating assets in terms of, like, how did you find the process of applying for the various grants, and where would you need to see improvement in that, you think? Or would you like Maritime to take the assets back over?
That would be a good result.
Yeah.
I'd love them to not actually treat the Darling River like it's a Sydney Harbour and take away mooring rights.
Yeah.
Because Wentworth's a historic port town, and they've just taken the last commercial mooring away. It's quite separate to this.
Well,
inquiry
it is
day.
and it isn't, but yeah. So when did they do that?
It's been the last 6 months.
Okay. without notice or any explanation?
Yeah, well, certainly no consultation with council, and the site is just out the front of our visitor information centre, so it's a little bit, you're trying to stimulate, obviously, tourism, and we've got beautiful rivers, and by the way, we work very hand in glove with our Indigenous friends and bodies there in terms of advocacy around water, so just to put that on record.
Yeah, and just going to your very distinct issue that you raised in your opening statement, are you able to provide the committee copies of that correspondence that you sent to Minister Honig, the Treasurer, and I believe Minister Camper, so we can probably get a more wholesome understanding of the issues you're having in terms of the complexities?
We have it on file with us today, but we can certainly do that on notice.
Yeah, if you send it through to the Secretariat.
The protocol?
Yeah, that would be great.
It sort of just demonstrates the concerns are not, we didn't dream them up during this submission. There's a paper trail going back quite some way.
It'd be something impressive if you dreamt something like that up, based on what you said. I might throw to some of my colleagues. Ms. Stevenson?
Yeah, I just would love to, if you could, from Wentworth, if you were happy to talk a bit more about the Living Desert Plan and how you see it's effectively or balance tourism, cultural values and ecological protection, whether there's more that should be done, whether there's things from your perspective that may not be visible from other perspectives?
Well, the full content of the explanation might be taken on notice. I mean, we're supportive of the lands. I mean, we're on the World Heritage Area, on the gateway to the World Heritage Area. We're improving infrastructure by the way of the main arterial road to there. I think the last time the Mayor and I were out there were with the Governor. So in terms of us as a partner for that ecotourism or tourism or cultural awareness or cultural anything, the repatriation of the remains or whatever else, we're happy enough to be an active partner in that. But in relation to your initial question, I'm happy enough to take on notice and provide you further level of detail. Do
you see it as, in terms of, the functioning of council and the culture at council and the staff and the people, is there a pride and a connection to that? Is it seen as, I think maybe you were getting at that?
Certainly there is. I'd invite you when you have opportunity to come and visit us, and our new visitor information centre, which absolutely celebrates the Indigenous culture, of course the European settlement, the agricultural development and the paddleboat era, but it's certainly front of mind, and we have deep and valued engagement with our Indigenous partners and community, and that's why it is such a tricky issue to work through when we speak about inconsistencies, like for example the EDS that the General Manager went through. In some cases it's explicitly in Schedule 5 as native title having been extinguished, but the process is re-triggered through the Valuer General, which then triggers the cultural loss component, and then you have exactly the same sort of facility but on the other side of the Shire that triggers none of that. Same situation, land vested in council.
And so do you think that there could be some benefit to some, for want of a better term, harmonisation of the system and how it works, some clarity and general consistency in how things are applied? And is there...
I think it would be wonderful to understand the rules of the game. So I'm a squash player. When you have a hit of squash, both players know what the rules are, and if you get in a bit of a tussle and you get called a let or a stroke, you respect the ref. In this case, the rules just change around us. I don't think that does our Indigenous friends any good. It doesn't do us any good. And so sometimes we don't even know what game we're playing. So we are actively strengthening and deepening our engagement with our Indigenous partners, and that might be, as I said, on the waterfront, on restocking native fish species, working with them, promoting Indigenous entrepreneurship and the cultural tourism is I think you've sort of touched on. That's a genuine factor, and we consider ourselves the gateway to Mungo, the gateway to the outback. So we're trying to do all of those things. Very hard to do that, as I stated in my opening, as a little bush council, when you've got these enormous debts that, you know, come out of the ether for things that we don't need. We don't need to extinguish anybody's native title rights, particularly if we've always understood they were already extinguished. But all we need to do is access and operate and maintain existing water infrastructure that's the benefit of the whole community. And here we are with these bills we can't jump over. That doesn't do any part of the community any good.
Do you have, just on that, are there First Nations people on staff who, as part of your council?
Yes.
Yeah. And are they in roles of engagement and liaison, or are they in a particular identified position?
More hands-on, to be perfectly honest with you. Yeah.
So not necessarily with that capacity.
No.
Yeah.
I mean, the small rural council, it was probably my engagement. So like the mayor's indicated, if you come down and see us at the visitor centre, we've got these totems of Indigenous dances and engagement and interpretation and language of the Barkindji people. It's been a pretty satisfying process, to be perfectly honest, to engage with them and learn the truth, and you know, from a mark tree to a birthing tree to, you know, I've walked the country with them. I've sat around open fires with them and just try to engage. I mean, to formalise that in part, we're talking to the NTS Corp gentleman, a previous witness, and Mr. Thompson earlier on, and we're working on an Indigenous land use agreement with them to sort of satisfy some of these matters of historic nature, but we're working to the future.
Thank you. Just in relation to Hawkesbury, I know you have a massive parks estate in your local government area. The recent National Parks visitation data showed an explosion in particularly young people who are uptaking access to the National Park estate, and they did identify in that data, apparently it's something to do with Instagram. Apparently Instagram has made visiting the National Park very, very appealing for 26 or 28-year-olds to 36-year-olds. It's a very in thing to do. We've heard witnesses previous to your attendance today talking about the pressures on the National Park estate and the fact that sometimes some areas are closed, whether for upgrade, for fixing, for whatever various reasons. In the Hawkesbury area, is there anything that you know as council that you can, that anecdotally or from an evidence perspective that you're seeing in terms of maybe people not being as satisfied because they can't access or because areas aren't open or anything like that?
Not to that extent. Obviously, as I talked about in my opening address, being part of, so close to the Northwest Growth area, we do have the increased pressures from people wanting to access recreational areas, the national parks, the recreation areas that council controls as well. So pressures there in terms of use of those, the impacts in terms of rubbish and further maintenance of those particular places. But I guess it's a bit of a double-edged sword. Obviously, you do want to attract people to your LGA, and obviously, the stickiness of place and making them stay longer. Obviously, spending more money within your towns and villages, but it also comes with challenges to manage those impact of increased use. Yeah.
So, in terms of that, you've identified the cultural burns, the practice around and rubbish. Any other broader issues that you have identified that are kind of potentially increasing issues in terms of the management of the protected area? Particularly
for waterways, it's really the fact that there's no one overriding body that has
Yeah.
overall care and responsibility for Waterways. It's just a multitude of different levels of government and different agencies that depending on where you are on the bank or within the waterway have responsibility. So the challenge is that there's no one caring for the river. Yeah.
Earlier,
just on that, obviously we make recommendations as a committee. Do you think that needs tidying up in terms of more clear, definitive lines? We might not be able to get it down to one agency, but if we can get more clear, definitive lines as to
who does what,
who does what, and can you please tell the councils that's what you do?
Most definitely, that would be be a great benefit. I guess particularly in our periods of flood events that we've had in recent years. We tried to get a streamlined process where property owners could undertake restoration work to their riverbanks, and it just proved too hard to get all the agencies on board with that streamlined approach.
Earlier we had some recreational fishers who were talking about access to water and potentially having an audit of how all the moorings and access points are to water. If you were, based on all of your evidence, it sounds like you have very good oversight and knowledge about what the access points are and what their condition is, or because they want an audit, but the state is saying, oh, we're not really interested, or maybe that's a bit difficult. But would it be a case of, if the state did contact each local government council, then you would be able to provide information on each, or do you only have oversight and views on the ones that you manage?
Essentially the facilities that we manage, yeah. So we would definitely be able to provide detailed information about those in terms of asset conditions, having recently completed asset management strategy.
Yeah.
We'd have knowledge of the other facilities, but more specific about the council-owned controlled facilities. Yeah.
And what about the other two councils? You would have
Absolutely, yeah. We've got asset data exactly the same for the facilities that we manage and alike. But if I may, just going back to the fisheries one in relation to the fish, I find it very interesting. So we've got the Murrumbidgee irrigation system that runs through town, and a man-made lake that supplies water to that. It's very funny that's now a designated fish habitat area, even though it can get drained every other week and everything else. So any works on that, including putting a bridge over it, creates an issue in relation to fisheries permits. So you're talking about where's the delineation. There's a prime example of potentially a step too far.
Thank you.
Mr. Barrett, online.
Thank you. Conscious of time, but there's two areas I'd like to touch on, and the first is the Crown Lands Agreement licence fee, which I believe is $657. I just wonder if anyone can talk to that, in particular the views of users, such as your different organisations, to access showgrounds and the likes.
Yeah, I'm happy to start with that. I'm just gone through where we were actually to undertake the maintenance of some of the Crown reserves. We needed, because we can't get any other mechanism due to the claims on it. We can enter a licence, but we're got to pay that admin fee to enter a licence to undertake the works on behalf of Crown to do those improvements, with no benefit to council per se. Yes, direct benefit to the community, but the Crown's again a cost shift to council. To the credit of Crown, they have given us some abilities in some areas and provided some funding to undertake maintenance on their behalf. But in the whole, yes, we'd probably have, if we took licences out for everywhere we look after, we'd be looking at huge amounts of money each year ongoing.
Scott, any views on that, particularly what you're hearing from your users?
No, take it on notice.
Oh, okay. The other point was, and there's been talk here about the want for some to expand the national park estate. Now, I'm not sure if either of the councils there have had the same exposure to that as some of your neighbours, but I just wonder if someone can talk to the impact that it has on your council when more and more country is bought up and turned into national parks.
I don't think Hawkesbury could fish anymore, could it? So it's the one council that's 90% or something, isn't it?
71% of its national parks. And, yeah.
Sorry, Mr. Barrett, sorry.
I guess, look, Mr. Barrett, I could just make some general comments there. We're not perhaps in the same predicament as, for example, the Burke Council, which is losing a lot of rate revenue with the conversion to national park. In our case, we've had some substantial size national parks in the Wentworth Shire for many years, but in addition to that, there's a lot of voluntary conservation areas. That doesn't have an impact, so that has an ecological benefit, but it doesn't adversely impact council because you still pay rates on that. I think local land service fees might be exempt, but not council rates. So that doesn't affect us as such. And we're in the, I guess, maybe slightly strange position where one of the national parks is Mallee Cliffs, which is doing a great job reintroducing the bilby and other species. Australian Conservancy are doing that, but it's not accessible to the public. So it's a bit of a weird one.
The rates going out of that system, from what you're hearing, when national parks are converted, is having an impact on those local councils?
Very much so. Particularly where it's gone from productive land to national park, and so it's the loss of economic activity as well as the direct rate benefit.
What do you mean by that loss of economic activity? Is that the landowners not spending money in town? Is it the job availability?
Yeah, look, I probably shouldn't be speaking on behalf of Burke, but essentially from what I've heard at different fora is that indeed it's the loss of irrigated agriculture and other grazing activities. So once that's gone, it's had an impact on employment levels within the Shire, and then the flow-on effect to agricultural suppliers and other businesses.
Thank you. They're the main points I needed to touch, Chair. If someone else has questions.
Yeah, I just might pick up on what you were talking about, Mr. Barrett. Do you think national parks should pay some form of levy if they take portions of land out of an LGA and turn it into non-rateable land? Do you think there should be some form of economic contribution to the councils to compensate?
I think there's two parts to that. One is they should have some contribution towards the uptake of the road networks, which quite often are local roads.
Yep.
They promote attendance to the national parks, which is great, but then obviously our roads quite often aren't suited to that, and we've got to undertake maintenance and upgrade. I absolutely think if there's they should be contributing an offset to whatever loss council has when they expand into those areas because of that exact thing.
Sure. Any other thoughts from other witnesses?
It's probably a bit of an unqualified opinion because it's not something we deal with in my shire, but
there's lots of unqualified
the short answer is yes.
In the upper house.
No one here's qualified.
We won't quote Mr. Keating then.
Yeah. Mr. Kearns, given you've got a large percentage, was it 71?
Yeah. 71%.
71%. Would you like to see some sort of contribution?
I guess I'm mindful that in my time at Hawkesbury, we haven't seen any increase in the national park area, so that it's remained that sort of quantum for some time. I think it's probably, I probably won't provide any comment now.
Yeah, sure. Ms. Byrne, do you have any questions?
Thank you very much. If I could maybe just start with the Hawkesbury area, if I could just pick up Mr. Kearns, you've and I, put on the record, I'm a former resident of the Hawkesbury and can absolutely, see the enormous growth in housing and community in that area. And I guess just in light of that, what are we seeing in terms of increased demand for access to sort of recreational activities and those sort of listed in the terms of reference here?
Yep, so there's obviously increased pressures on all of our recreational areas and particularly our waterways, particularly the Hawkesbury River. Now that's both for more informal, sporting recreational activities as well, whether it's speedboats, number of water-based activities that have increased further in popularity, and just people really wanting to just be close to the river. So obviously increased patronage of our towns and villages in and around the those sort of recreational areas and our waterways is obviously a benefit to council and to businesses within those areas. It's definitely on peak times are particularly on the weekends when residents of emerging northwest Growth area are looking to recreate and come out to the Hawkesbury for those purposes. Yeah.
And in terms of managing the increased demand on this, I'm just wondering, are there any sort of changes relevant to access in terms of possibly some sort of restrictions, or how's it sort of best being managed?
Not at this stage. Obviously, we've got a number of key parks and facilities within the local government area that are, I guess, the main attraction point for both residents of the Hawkesbury and visitors. But probably the challenge for us is a lot of people wanting to swim in the river, and that obviously poses challenges, particularly in locations such as Windsor, where there have been recent deaths from swimming in that location. So managing those types of situations where people are keen to be in the water, but the safety is paramount and is a big issue for us.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
That's it. If there's no other questions from members online, we might call it there with 2 minutes to spare. So thank you, gentlemen, for coming in.
Thank you.
And suffice to say, I think you took some questions on notice and agreed to get some documents to us. The Secretary will be in touch regarding that. But thank you very much for your time and evidence and your work in the local government space. Much appreciated.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll now break for 15 minutes. Okay, welcome back. We now have our next set of witnesses with us. So starting with my first witness on the left, can you state your full name, position, title and swear either an oath or affirmation for us, please?
Thank you. My name is Mr. Paul Plowman. I'm the Executive General Manager of Water and Environment Services at Sydney Water. And I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Paul Hyam, Head of Business Development at Sydney Water. I solemnly and sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Greg Desmond, CEO of the Rural Fire Service Association. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Vicky Bingley, Vice President, New South Wales Rural Fire Service Association. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Rob O'Neill, Executive General Manager, Land and Water Operations at Water New South Wales. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Sarah Carr, Head of Catchment and Land Management at Water New South Wales. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you all. And just in that same order, does anyone want to make a short opening statement before we go to free flow questions? Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Chair. Chair and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to appear today and contribute to this important inquiry. Sydney Water is proud to provide safe, reliable and high quality drinking water and wastewater services to around 5.5 million people across Greater Sydney. Over a network spanning approximately 12,870 square kilometres. We're also the region's largest manager of stormwater infrastructure and have recently been appointed the Regional Stormwater Authority for Western Sydney Aerotropolis. Our core responsibility is to deliver safe, affordable and resilient water services to the people of Greater Sydney. At the same time, we recognise the important role that public open space and healthy waterways plays in supporting livable communities, recreation and community wellbeing. Sydney Water supports greater public access and shared community use of our land whenever that can be done in a safe, responsible and without compromising our operational integrity, public health obligations or the security of critical infrastructure. This commitment is reflected in both the scale of our land holdings and the extent of existing access. Sydney Water owns around 3,100 hectares of land across our operating area, about 3,600 individual lots with an estimated value of 1.6 billion. This is not a new commitment. Approximately 7% of Sydney Water owned land is currently used for incidental or complementary public and community purposes in both formal and informal settings. Sydney Water seeks to only hold the land that it requires for its operational needs, and where it is appropriate, community access is enabled. This includes a broad range of partnerships with councils, community organisations that support parks, open space, recreational facilities and shared pathways, often under nominal lease arrangements designed to maximise community benefit. Importantly, our customers have told us that it matters to them. Through our Water, Our Voice engagement program, customers consistently identify healthy waterways and access to green space as a key contributor to stronger physical and mental wellbeing and better community outcomes. To guide this work, Sydney Water has adopted clear principles that support increased public access where appropriate. These include proactively working with government, community groups, First Nations stakeholders, incorporating livability outcomes into future infrastructure planning, ensuring risks remain within tolerance and ensuring costs are managed so that expanded access does not increase bills for customers. However, it's equally important to recognise that Sydney Water sites are operationally sensitive and not suitable for public access. Our treatment plants, pumping stations and filtration facilities are essential infrastructure. Disruption, contamination, or security breaches could have serious consequences for public health and service reliability. Exclusion of public access to protected drinking water catchments and storage is recognised as one of the primary control measures for the protection of water quality and public health. The Australian Drinking Water Guidelines state that prevention of contamination provides greater surety than removal of contaminants by treatment. The old adage, prevention is better than cure. Sydney Water's position is clear. We will continue to support increased access to community uses wherever shared use can coexist with our core responsibilities, but Sydney Water must retain decision-making authority over its land and assets to ensure that operational safety, security and public health and affordability are never compromised. We believe our approach is in the best interests of the New South Wales Government, Sydney Water and most importantly, the people and communities we serve. Thank you. Paul and I welcome the committee's questions.
Thank you. Mr Desmond or Ms Binley?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the opportunity to present here. And apologies from our President, Scott Campbell. He would have attended here, but is currently overseas and unable to do so. Just very briefly, the Rural Fire Service Association is a representative body for volunteers and staff of the New South Wales Rural Fire Service. We have over 40,000 members, overwhelmingly volunteers, more than 99% of them. And being based in rural and regional areas, obviously our members have a particular affection for the outdoors, and many are keen recreational users of public lands. So we do come here broadly to support the principle of open access to public lands, but we recognise that there can be some circumstances where that's not appropriate, and so in particular draw to the committee's attention the need to control for risk of arson, not in a general sense, but in a sense that is locally driven. So where that's identified, where access control is necessary in order to do that based on what's been identified through local bushfire management committees in their ignition prevention plans, and also conscious of potential impacts for the fire trail network, although what we would suggest is the most important thing that can be done for the fire trail network is actually a consistency of resourcing, and for that to be done at a broader level. At the moment, government delivers funding for fire trails to land managers, to national parks and to Crown lands. There's very little that looks at actually what are the needs of the fire trail network across the board and on a tenure blind basis. So we'd encourage those things to be given some consideration.
Thank you. Mr O'Neill or Ms Carr?
Thank you, Chair and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to appear today. At Water New South Wales, we are the custodians of the state's water, a vital natural resource. We operate 41 of the state's major dams, both in Greater Sydney and across regional New South Wales, and we supply water ready for distribution, for the environment, for agriculture and for the community. Water New South Wales recognises the community's desire for access to natural areas, and many of our dams and facilities around New South Wales are open to recreation. In Greater Sydney, we support recreation through designated visitor areas that attract around 500,000 people annually. Water New South Wales welcomes this inquiry and the opportunity to outline how access to catchments and storages is managed and the context of protecting Sydney's drinking water supply. Water New South Wales, together with our colleagues at Sydney Water and New South Wales Health, have a shared statutory responsibility to protect public health through the supply of safe drinking water. The responsibility underpins all decisions relating to access to the Sydney catchment. The focus of our submission to this inquiry was on our role in protecting source water in Greater Sydney catchment and the multi-barrier approach that we use to do that. We manage and protect the declared Sydney catchment area, which is around 16,000 square kilometres. As Paul said, more than 5 million people rely on this raw water we provide via the catchment to be treated for drinking in Sydney. People also drink water in the Blue Mountains, the Illawarra, Shoalhaven and the Southern Highlands from the water we provide. In this declared catchment, we manage the special areas, which are a much smaller part of the catchment, about 25%, 3,640 square kilometres, which protect the storages, and we have controlled areas which protect the infrastructure that delivers water for treatment. Australian drinking water guidelines adopt a multi-barrier approach to address risks to water quality and state, I quote here, "Prevention of contamination provides greater surety than removal of contaminants by treatment. So the most effective barrier is protection of source waters to the maximum degree practicable. For that reason, access controls are not arbitrary, they are deliberate and essential risk management measure. Excluding or limiting access to certain areas is one of the primary ways we safeguard water quality and minimise risks to public health. We also facilitate access to restricted areas via our consent process. Any expansion of access into protected catchment areas would need to be carefully assessed against the potential impacts on water quality, public health and cost to the community." And Sarah and I welcome questions from the committee. Thank you.
Thank you. So the committee's just resolved to have free-flowed questions. I'll fire off around and then I'll pass to my colleagues. I'll start with you, Mr. Plowman. In your opening statement, you spoke about, I think it was 7% of your land holdings is open for public access. Has that changed in any way in the last 5 or so years, either up or down? Happy for you to take it on notice. If
Yeah,
you don't know.
I'm not sure, but there's also a further 5% of our land holdings that are not completely public access, but they're associated with golf courses around the city as well.
Okay.
So it's a total of about 12%.
Okay, total about 12. Can I ask about a specific asset? And it was one of the genesis for this inquiry, and that was the Muddy Creek boat ramp when I was helping that group, or that fishing club down there, try and retain access. We thought it was owned by Crown Land, but it turns out when we went to the historical maps, it was Sydney Water owned it, and you never knew you really owned it, and wasn't really doing anything with it, and we'll try and facilitate a transfer over to Crown Land so it would be obviously utilised. Where are we at with that process in terms of the transfer to Crown
I
Land?
might just ask my colleague who might know the details.
Thank you, Paul. Yes, we're in active conversation with Crown Lands at the moment to facilitate the transfer in the coming months. So we've been working with them very closely over recent times to make that possible.
So it should be resolved. You're hoping it will be resolved in the coming months.
Yeah, in the coming months, we're just moving through that process at the moment.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. Just moving to the RFS. I'm glad you raised fire trails, being obviously important for the work that your volunteers do. Has there been any examples where the poor management of fire trails or not enough resourcing of fire trails has presented a risk to your volunteers in the work that they do, or is it even shifted how you fight fires on certain land tenures?
Yeah, it is a risk particularly with strategic fire trails. So we go in there with the intent that this fire trail is accessible. They're obviously categorised to our category of tankers. So there are some for the heavy tankers, and some that are suitable for Cat 9 tankers, which are your smaller Land Cruiser type ones. And when you go to go along those trails and they're blocked, then we can get caught in quite dangerous situations by not having that access.
Yeah.
And that's where, the recreational use, if four-wheel drivers, for example, use those trails regularly, they're going to keep them clear because they want to use them, which helps us because then we're not going to get caught there.
And when you say blocked, what's the most common blockage? Is it actual physical gate? Is it
trees?
Just trees going down?
Yeah. And some of the rollovers are quite steep. I understand why we have rollovers, but when you struggle to get a truck over them, it's not good enough.
Yeah.
So
can you explain rollovers for the uneducated?
Yeah, it's
in the room.
It's a hump basically that helps with erosion and water flow.
Yeah.
When they're quite steep, you tend to bottom out over the top of them and coming off the other side of them. So they need to be there, but they need to be practical as well.
Thank you for that. Can I just go to Water New South Wales now? In terms of your lands that are open for public access and recreation, do you have a percentage figure at all, like Sydney Water has given, in terms of what's open for any form of recreation? Do you have those figures?
Sorry, we'll take that percentage on notice.
No, that's all right. And just whether that's changed in any way in the last 5 years as well. Can I go to a couple of specific examples and get some potential updates? Where are we at with the Prospect Reservoir proposal? It was an election commitment by this government to open it up for recreational fishing, and there was supposed to be some options presented in 2025, and looking at your website, there hasn't been any update in that space. Where are we at with that proposal?
You're asking us where it's at?
Yes.
It's an ongoing process. As far as you know, we've contributed to it with several submissions to it, which talk about the changes that would be required to the water treatment process if we changed the protections in the catchment. We've stated that we think it would change from a Category 2 catchment to a Category 4 catchment, which would mean then there's changes in the treatment that's required under AD Australian Drinking Water Guidelines. So it's an ongoing process. We haven't been asked to provide any further input recently to that process.
Okay. And once again, to educate us a bit, so Category 2 to a Category 4 would mean there'd be more stringent or more actions you would need to take in terms of managing water quality. Is that
correct?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. And just going to another dam that I believe you control, that's Woodford Dam in the Blue Mountains. That's not one that's used for drinking water. You can walk around the edges, you can cycle around the edges, but for some unknown reason it's still a risk to fish in that dam. Can you explain why that is the case? Why that hasn't been changed, since it's no longer a dam that supplies drinking water to the Blue Mountains?
My understanding, it still had restricted public access. It's not part of the water supply system anymore, correct? I'd have to look at the history into why it's still classified that way, so I'll take that one on notice.
Yeah, my understanding it was opened up in late 2009 for walkers and mountain bikers, but no other use. But it was, I think it was around 2000 that it no longer was supplying the Blue Mountains area. You capped everything, disconnected everything. So just whether you can come back with some advice as to why you haven't expanded the use to other activities. I'll probably upset some fishermen, but it's a cracking spot for bass. So people would be keen to get access to that. Miss Higginson or Miss Merton, do you have any questions?
Yeah, I've got
Yeah,
some.
Miss
Yeah,
Higginson.
thank you. I'm just curious for Sydney Water and New South Wales Water New South Wales, in terms of the restrictions that may be temporary or ongoing, what does the compliance regime look like? And obviously I don't need the song and verse, the verse and the detail, but a more kind of generality. Do you have, are you required to take regulatory and compliance action? And if so, how big is that in your program, and where does that target? Is it the general recreational user, or is it more the big operators, or what does that look like?
Could you maybe provide an example of what you mean, a situation, so then I can apply the regulations to that.
Going directly to the terms of this inquiry, if you have access restrictions on particular areas, whether they're temporary for a particular reason, or whether they're the broader, more permanent access restrictions, whether it's for water quality or whether it's, you can't fish in there and you can't put vessels on there, or ones you can't access. What does the compliance look like for you around that?
So I think it may be best for Water New South Wales to answer that because of their catchment management obligations, but I can certainly talk to you about how we manage our protective security. If there's a fence around a Sydney Water asset, that's probably indicating that it's either unsafe or there is a security reason for that. And obviously we would have our rights under law to take action apart from that through those processes like any other individual would have or any corporation would have for trespass, and that's usually the mechanisms that we do. The special areas, which is I might leave to Mr O'Neill to talk about, which is the catchment protection, is a separate set of powers that Water New South Wales have.
And so with those rights you were talking about or obligations, do you invoke that arm of your agency regularly, often, not very often?
I cannot recall, and I'll defer to my colleague, but I can't recall an instance where we've had to have taken action. We have had break-ins and things like that, but that's gone through police and all of those processes.
And so would that be your general approach? If there was some kind of breach, you would then report that to police?
Absolutely. We have quite extensive security on our important assets, so we can see when things are not quite right, and we'll action that through the police.
I think just to build on Paul's point, distinction between a fenced area or a secured area versus the open space. A lot of our land that is, for example, our stormwater infrastructure is open access, certainly in the Rouse Hill system. So we wouldn't seek to constrain or restrict access there. There are paths that we work with on council to allow access to that property, but the distinction is where it's secured. Obviously, we've secured it for a reason and would seek to control that.
And Water New South Wales, in terms of the special management areas, is there a compliance regime, or is it just there is? Yep.
Yes, we have a risk-based compliance program.
Yep.
And the approach we take to unlawful activity that we detect in the special areas really depends on the nature of the activity. So first and foremost, where it's a member of the community, we take an educative approach and try and help them understand why access is restricted to those areas. But we deal with a whole range of unlawful activity, including large-scale rubbish dumping, where we will work closely with the Environment Protection Authority to address and resolve those issues. So there is a program and it's risk-based, and it really depends on the particular circumstance as to the action that we might take.
And if I could go to rural fires, when you were saying about the fire trail maintenance and that resourcing goes through normally the land manager, do you, in your experience, and I get that it's probably to some extent a general, or maybe you have specific, are there some land managers across New South Wales that perform better than others in terms of access to fire trails for your particular purpose and your vehicles?
I think the concern is not so much that there's a failure with any particular land manager. It's wanting to have a more holistic view. So strategic fire trails exist to support firefighting efforts, and at the moment national parks, obviously with the funding that they're delivered by government, are only going to be investing in fire trails on national parks. As you would expect, Crown lands are going to be doing that on Crown lands, and we think there needs to be a more holistic view, and there has been traditionally strategic fire trail funding delivered to the RFS to determine the highest priorities right across the network. That has reduced significantly recently. So it's not that there's a particular failing, but it's that the system is not delivering, what is potentially the highest priority in terms of the work that's being done.
Thank you. That's really helpful. In terms of in terms of the protected area network, is the RFS? Does the RFS work with national parks, or do national parks work by themselves in terms of fire control within the protected area network? The national park estate. Sorry, my language is sloppy there.
Yeah, so within each local area there is a bushfire management committee. That includes, it's led by the RFS, but it includes council, national parks, Crown lands, and it sort of brings everybody together. So national parks have their own programs specific to, focusing on their estate, but there is that overarching view through the Bushfire Management Committee in terms of the RFS working with national parks about the priorities
in response
and priority
to fire,
treatments.
and in response to actual fire. I think where I was heading was, in the remote fire fighting capacities, does the RFS engage in some of those programs on the national park estate in terms of that remote firefighting capacity?
So the RFS does have remote area firefighting teams that can be deployed anywhere in the state.
Yeah.
So that is international parks, but not exclusively international parks.
And so, in terms of access, when we're doing controlled burns and cultural burns and so forth across the national park estate, does the RFS is the RFS responsible, or does it have any joint responsibility about limiting access to areas for the temporary purpose of that, or is that the land manager?
So as I understand, it's typically the land manager where it's a planned activity.
Thank you. We heard earlier from rec fishers and community organisations about access to water for recreational activities. They were talking about an audit of access, moors and jetties and so forth. Does Sydney Water and Water New South Wales, there was this concern that there is no audit and that Water New South, there's no real interest in doing a full audit of state assets. And we've learnt that councils are very aware of the councils we've had are very aware of their assets, the condition they're in, and so forth. Does Water New South Wales have an oversight in terms of all of the facility, the accessibility facilities?
You're talking regional storages now, not Greater Sydney?
All across the whole state?
Yeah. We have significant infrastructure, as I said, 41 dams across the state. Each of those dams have a catchment upstream of them and a storage upstream. We actually don't have a legislative mandate for the catchment, but we do manage the water itself. So,
so do you have any responsibility in terms of or do you have any assets that you manage in terms of people being able to access the water?
Yes, most of our regional storages are all accessible.
And so every single, say, boat access point, you have awareness of what that asset is, its condition, so forth.
We'd have awareness, but many of those assets wouldn't be owned by us. The dam itself clearly is owned by us, but the boat ramp upstream or whatever other asset, many wouldn't be owned by us, but we'd be aware of them and we'd be aware of the people that access those.
And is there any arrangement between your agency and the agency that might own the asset?
Yes, in many cases.
Yeah.
We have a relationship with those agencies across the state. Yeah.
Sorry, when I say relationship, I mean, do you have, are there, leasing agreements, things like that, or is it just completely separate?
In some cases, yep.
Right.
We'd even have formalised agreements, yeah.
And what about Sydney Water, is there?
Yeah, except for Muddy Creek, where clearly our audit fell down somewhat there. But I can speak generally, and we do have a a good understanding of where our lands lie and what assets are on there. Generally speaking, we would reach an agreement. Providing recreational activity is not our core business. Water supply is our core business. So like Muddy Creek, we would say if we found something like that, we would seek to make sure that the appropriate organisation owned the land and that asset. But most of the agreements to do with the 7% that I just talked about are usually in a lease arrangement. Not much money changes hands, but it clearly articulates responsibilities, what the responsibilities of us as the landowner and what the responsibilities are of the lessee, and that would include maintaining those assets to ensure public safety.
And then just in relation to your obligations for water quality and water supply, which I know is a big thing, do you see that there may be areas within your catchment areas that would benefit your objective for water quality and water supply if those areas were better protected? I know that's a big question, but just sort of generally, or even if you have any examples.
I think the settings are about right at the moment in terms of the amount of protected catchments, in that it's a joint committee, but joint discussion between Health, Water New South Wales and Sydney Water around understanding the risks in catchments. And we take those risks and use the Australian Drinking Water Guidelines to determine what controls we should put in place. So the more protection you have in catchments, the less you're going to rely on engineering controls. Engineering controls in this case are treatment systems. So you've got legacy situations where the catchments are what the catchments are, right? And that's right. You take all of that, you do a risk assessment, and you choose what controls you need to put in place. And in Sydney, almost all of our dams, despite them being catchment, have some degree of treatment associated with it. Whereas in Melbourne, there's less treatment, and it's just really, in some parts of Melbourne, for example, they don't have filtration or anything like that. It's just put chlorine into the system and off it goes. So in Sydney, we've got a legacy of many years of deciding what sort of category it is, and there was a mention of category 2 or category 4, and that helps you understand what sort of controls you should put in place.
So is it true to say then over time, if there was more protection of the catchment, then there may actually be, in certain circumstances, a lessening of engineering responses to impacts?
Possibly, but in my experience over 35 years in the water industry, I've never seen it go backwards. Yeah.
And Water New South Wales, are there any strategic objectives to see any better protection within certain water catchments?
Can I start with Greater Sydney? So we have, as Paul was saying, we have a raw water supply agreement with Sydney Water as our customer, and we're delivering water quality to meet those requirements, and we do meet those requirements. And it's a totally different regulatory regime in Greater Sydney versus regional New South Wales, where the Act requires us to protect the catchment, and it requires us to have that agreement with Sydney Water. In regional areas, that we don't actually manage the catchment. We manage our infrastructure to try and maximise the quality of the water that comes out to the extent we can control it. For example, we might have a variable level offtake in the dam, which means you can release water from any height in the dam, so you try and minimise the impact of cold water pollution, it's called, where water's cold down the bottom and warmer up the top. So we figure out where to release the water from, so that's within our control. And so we try and manage the water quality for things that are in our control, but it's the water already in the dam. We don't have that same role upstream of the dam in the catchment that we do have in Greater Sydney.
Thank you.
You might throw to
go for it.
in that
I've got lots more.
Thank you very much. Mr. Desmond, if I might be able to just pick up the issue relating to fire trail maintenance, and you touched on, following Ms Higginson's question, just in terms of funding and capacity to maintain those fire trails. Just wondering if you might be able to let us know what's changed just from your submission. We talk about what the funding once was, and I think currently it stands at $1 million. Previously, it was, I think, cited as $45 million for a specific time period.
Yeah, so there was a significant amount of additional funding that was provided by the government following the 1920 fire season, which was delivered to the Rural Fire Service to provide funding to strategic fire trials. So the RFS doesn't manage fire trials itself, but there was funding that it was able to allocate to land managers, to national parks, to Crown lands, and in certain cases there are accesses that fire trials that run across either council land or private land holdings that form part of that network. That was a 4-year funding that was announced in response to that bushfire inquiry. That 4 years came to an end and reverted at that point to $1 million a year at that central level where the RFS is able to prioritise the fire trials that are most in need of funding.
Mm-hmm. And in the current environment, with that funding, would you say it's adequate in terms of the maintenance of fire trials needed by you and your member and volunteers?
There's a great deal more maintenance needed in fire trials.
Right. And if you could maybe just give a little bit of context on this, and I just cite an example where when I've seen the devastation of uncontrolled fires and burning in bushfires, and the cost to agricultural land and communities. I'm just wondering whether there should be further attention or consideration given to the bushfire management committees. If you had anything to elaborate there.
I think when we're talking about fire trails, it's obviously there's significant damage that can be done to agricultural land, to residential land as fire comes from the bush into that urban interface in particular. But one of the things that I think gets missed often with fire trails is it's actually about the safety of the crews that are on the ground, because when those trails are in a state of disrepair, when they're not readily passable, that creates a situation where firefighters can become trapped. And they don't have either the space to turn around or a way to get through. It stops them from doing the job that they've gone out to do, but it also can cause significant risks to their own safety.
Has that forced a shift in how you fight fires over the years? Is that why we've seen an increase in reliance on aerial firefighting assets in many of our worst bushfires, because of that uncertainty as to whether you're going to be able to turn a tanker around?
I wouldn't say it has. It's a new tool, well, newish, with air support. So you can get into areas quicker that are usually inaccessible. But having been, I went to my first fire in 1985, and you go to these things and you expect to be able to get down a fire trail. When you can't do that, and you've got something roaring right up behind you, it's not a pleasant place to be. So aerial support, and it's aerial support, that's invaluable. But I think if we can prioritise what trails need maintenance with that centralised funding, I think we'll save a lot of angst. And we can still use the aerial support. We can't minimise that.
Sorry, Ms. Moon.
Yeah, no. Thank you very much. And if I could just pick up an issue just in terms of access to Sydney Water sites for recreation, and I think there might have been reference in the submission to this, but just in terms of allowing sort of public access and enjoyment of these sites that you talk about, how is the infrastructure made available for public access to those sites, in terms of the cost of whether it's lighting or access points, or that's all, in terms of utilisation of the site?
Yeah, sure. As I was talking about before, we arrange lease agreements with whoever is the person that's interested or organisation that's interested, and through that lease agreement we will work out who needs to do what to get that access. So for example, if we had a bike trail that was following one of our pipeline routes, that might be council, and we would enter a lease agreement with council, and under that agreement they would provide the necessary infrastructure for that to become a trail that's used by the public, and to make sure that it was safe as well. And Sydney Water would also then make sure that we were maintaining and looking after our assets as well.
Yeah, thank you. And just further to that, does the in terms of sort of the Sydney Water's sort of operating licence objective, is a recreational facilities sort of part of that?
I'd have to check the fine print, but not to my knowledge, no.
Mm-hmm. And I guess just a further question that you've answered earlier about the infrastructure funding, whether this may form part of an IPART approval or agreement or consideration?
So generally our sort of funding through our customers. Customers pay for everything that Sydney Water does.
Yep.
So IPART regulates that price, and that price is reflecting our core business of providing water and wastewater and stormwater services, right? So our core business is not providing recreational facilities, so that's why we do that through. We allow access to the land because it's obviously in good places, but the proponents are the ones that need to make sure that they're providing all the necessary infrastructure. So therefore, our customers, who aren't who are 5.5 million people across the whole city, are not necessarily paying for a piece of infrastructure that only a few thousand people might get. In a local government area might get that. So that's the principles by which we operate.
Thank you.
Is that the same situation for Water New South Wales, or do you factor that into your IPART submissions for your recreational areas?
Our recreational areas are by and large access free of charge, so the cost of us maintaining them is essentially in our IPART determination.
Okay.
Depending where we have a bit of a complex situation, we have 4 different pricing determinations in fact. One of them is in Greater Sydney, and so if it's a Greater Sydney related area, it'll be in that determination. The other one's a rural valleys determination, so if it's in that part of the state, rural part of the state, that'll be under that part of the determination.
Thank you. And Mr. Plowman, in light of where some of the Sydney Water land assets are in the public access arrangements, and in the current environment where we're seeing the continued growth of housing and development, are you seeing a change in the access numbers of the Sydney Water spaces?
I might just ask my colleague, not to my knowledge,
okay.
But what I could say is that our customers, in our engagement, which we have with our customers on a regular basis, we can see that there's an increasing importance placed on public access, and particularly waterways too, and access to waterways. But they also say we want absolutely safe water.
Sure.
And we want it at an affordable price. So we balance all of those factors. Paul, have you got any insight?
We as not being the land operator, if you would, in many cases, don't necessarily monitor the numbers of access, but we rely on our council colleagues or our leasees to monitor that work. For example, I mentioned Rouse Hill earlier. That is the tracks and trails that are available for public use are administered primarily through the Hills Council,
yes,
for example. So we believe that use is increasing, but it's not something we actively monitor.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. There's no other questions. That pretty much takes us to 3:29. So thank you very much for your evidence. I believe you took some questions on notice, and the Secretariat will be in touch regarding them or any supplementary questions we have. So thank you very much for appearing this afternoon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome our next witnesses. So starting with my first witness on my left. Mr. Duffy, can you state your full name, position, title and swear either an oath or affirmation for me, please?
My name is Simon Duffy. I'm the Acting Deputy Secretary of Crown Lands and Public Spaces, and I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Christina Erzikoff. I'm the Acting Executive Director for Strategy, Policy and Finance in Crown Lands. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair. My name is Greg Sullivan, Executive Director, Land and Asset Management, Crown Lands. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Naomi Stevens. I'm the Executive Director for Park Operations Coastal for New South Wales National Parks and Wildlife Service. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Now, would either of the witnesses like to make a short opening statement before we go to free flow questions?
I'd be happy to start. Thank you very much. So thank you very much for the opportunity to attend the hearing today. The National Parks and Wildlife Service currently manages around 7.68 million hectares, about 9.57% of the state in the national parks and reserves that are established under the National Parks and Wildlife Act 1974. About 1/3 of the national park system is managed under joint management arrangements with Aboriginal partners. NPWS also manages 18 flora reserves under the Forestry Act 2012 and some areas of Crown land. National Parks and Wildlife Service takes the management of the national parks system very seriously, including making sure that there are extensive opportunities for the public to sustainably and safely access and enjoy these lands. Public access to national parks is supported by over $2.6 billion of visitor infrastructure assets managed by national parks to facilitate safe and sustainable visitor experiences. That includes over 10,000 kilometres of public roads and trails that are accessible to private motor vehicles, over 3,000 kilometres of walking or specified use tracks, 937 day use areas and over 365 campgrounds. Visitors can participate in a wide range of self-directed recreational activities in the national park system, including camping, walking, road and mountain biking, horse riding, four-wheel drive touring, fishing, water activities such as kayaking and boating, adventure sports, snow sports and more. There are also a wide variety of organised experiences available up to the end of March in the current 25-26 financial year. That included 43 activities offered through 421 Parks Eco Pass licences and attended by around 300,000 visitors, including experiences offered by 31 Aboriginal operators. National Parks attracted 65 million visits in financial year 24-25, a growth of 66% over the decade from 2014. Investment in new and improved public visitor experiences is ongoing. Since March 2023, the New South Wales Government has invested over $240 million to maintain, renew and upgrade visitor facilities and over $112 million to create new visitor experiences. In 25-26, NPWS is investing over $91 million to maintain, renew and upgrade walking tracks, bridges, tourism precincts, lookouts, camping areas, car parks and visitor facilities. So thank you very much and I welcome any questions the committee may have about public access to the National Park system.
Thank you for that. Are there any other opening statements? You don't feel pressured to have one if you don't have one.
We do have
They're
one.
fighting
thank you.
over who's going to give it. The enthusiasm.
Simon Duffy, Greg Sullivan and I will answer any questions today relating to the Department of Planning, Housing and Infrastructure's component of the New South Wales Government submission. We would like to provide the following open statement. Balancing competing interests is fundamental to our role in managing public lands and waterways. This is especially true of the Crown Land Estate and is also often true in managing placemaking New South Wales precincts, the Botanic Gardens of Sydney and Greater Sydney Parklands. Crown land in particular is a substantial and highly diverse public asset. Making up around 38% of the state, it comprises rangelands in the west, forests, grasslands and mountainous terrain, as well as inland waterways and vast stretches of coastline and the marine estate beyond our shores. It supports an extensive range of uses, including farms, parks, reserves, roads and cemeteries, as well as showgrounds, campgrounds, tourism, recreation facilities, and biodiversity outcomes. It underpins regional economies and community wellbeing across New South Wales. Various businesses, communities and individuals access Crown land and have different expectations about how this land should be used and accessed. A key focus for the department and the portfolios that we represent today is also facilitating greater diversity of access for Aboriginal people. This includes recognising and supporting Aboriginal land rights and native title, strengthening cultural connections to country, and enabling increased opportunities for co-management and participation in land use and management outcomes. Balancing these interests is a core requirement of our legislative framework and the State Strategic Plan for Crown Land 2031. Our legislative and strategic framework requires that decisions about Crown land consider environmental, social, cultural and economic factors. It requires that Crown land is managed in a way that is fair, transparent and in the public interest, while also encouraging appropriate public use and enjoyment. Decisions around access to Crown land must also consider other legislative requirements, and this also often involves careful and necessary trade-offs. Our objectives for placemaking New South Wales precincts, the Botanic Gardens of Sydney and Greater Sydney Parklands, though more specific, still require us to manage competing interests. The public domains of Sydney's iconic precincts are open to the public 24/7, but we do not need to close or limit the number of people at all times, or we do sometimes need to, for example, to manage public safety. And while we encourage public access to the Botanic Gardens of Sydney, particularly in some areas, the gardens themselves need to remain closed at night for several good reasons. And finally, in encouraging the use and enjoyment of Sydney's most significant urban parks, Greater Sydney Parklands actively consults on a wide range of matters that shape the use, development and management of the parklands. As the needs and aspirations of communities evolve, so do we. As stated in the New South Wales Government submission, we seek to encourage and protect the broad range of public land uses and values without limiting opportunities to provide access for emerging opportunities. Thank you again for the opportunity to be here to speak to our submission and share our knowledge with you today.
Thank you for that. So the committee's just resolved to have free flow questions. So looking for someone to open
I'm happy
the
to.
batting, Ms Higginson, as
Thank you.
always.
Thank you.
And then I'll go to Mr Barrett, who had his
Great,
hand up.
thank you. And I have to leave a bit early, I'm sorry to say. Just for the department, I'm curious about, we heard earlier from New South Wales Aboriginal Land Council representing the 141 local Aboriginal land councils. They have been very concerned about the Crown Lands Management Amendment Statutory Review Bill and said consultations begun, but they're really, I think, aggrieved is the right term in terms of their evidence today. Did the department play any role in advocating for the changes to the land rights claims for First Nations people?
So we had identified as part of the review that there were opportunities for supporting the, administration of tenures, particularly where minor errors or omissions arise in relation to tenures that could give rise to questions of validity.
What was the rationale to kind of come down on the side? I know it sounds very I know it's perhaps more, but what was the basis to draft an amendment to come down on the side of arguably improperly made leases or incompletely made leases over the top of validly made land claims? Is there something that you can help us in understanding that?
I think some of that may be subject to cabinet confidentiality restrictions, and I may not be able to comment on it today.
Fair enough. Thank you. Sorry to do that, but yeah, it was just the evidence that was presented kind of had this clear question about how do we get. When you hear the evidence, is I suppose the person you literally think, how do we get there? So yeah, obviously, someone somewhere sitting around a table may know, but it's not for us to know at this point. Thank you. Just to you, Ms. Stevens, with the there's this. I think that we heard some evidence throughout the course of this inquiry about the controversy, so to speak, or about closing certain areas of the National Park estate to public access. Largely, we heard that around it was seen as competing competing claim around the requirement to close particular areas out of respect and cultural heritage protections, and also, as I've learnt today, about living culture and how that's being defined, determined and organised by traditional custodians. And then this idea that there's a competing interest, which is public access. What is what is happening within national parks? And then today the most compelling thing I heard was around communicating this and the need to communicate these things better, so that there isn't this conflict as rife in certain communities. And I think one of the examples was the Northern Rivers, particularly around Wollumben. It's been going on. Obviously, I live up there, so I've been seeing it firsthand. Is there something National Parks is doing to be able to better communicate these aspects, or is it not the role of National Parks? Is it someone else? How can we best understand where the thinking is around that?
I think it's fair to say that for us it's a balance. We have legislation, and our legislation says under our Act and our regulation we make provision for public access to lands within the park system where this can be provided safely, sustainably and in a manner consistent with conserving natural and cultural values of parks. So for us, we have a range of reserve categories, and we can provide different uses in different categories. The question you've raised really is about us balancing natural values, cultural values, and the general public's desire to use parks for other purposes. For us, the key is to develop respectful relationships with Aboriginal people to ensure that we are talking to the right people in the Aboriginal communities. And an example of that is Wollumben, where we've been talking to the Wollumben Consultative Group, but we're now going into a registered owner process in order to ensure that everybody in the Aboriginal community who has a relationship with Wollumben has the opportunity to be part of a group that we're talking to. But we've also consulted extensively with the general community and with other groups in the community. And right now we're in a process where we're giving consideration to what might be possible in the future in terms of safely, sustainably and culturally appropriately acting in a way where there might be able to be future access to the summit. And that's an example of the work that we do in working with traditional owners, but also with community members to understand what the sensitivities are and also what the desires of different parts of the community are. We're also doing that with Great Koala National Park. It's obviously, as you know, it's a proposed national park. We've done extensive consultation with every possible part of the community that's interested in talking to us. We've spoken to many stakeholders, but especially we've spoken to Aboriginal people, and we've asked them to tell us about what's culturally sensitive to them and why. So we have a really good understanding from the beginning going in about what we need to think about. But we're also asking all the recreational groups, all the conservationists, what are the values of the reserves? What are the uses that they make of the reserve? And we're now in a process of looking at what that means in terms of future planning for the park. And I think that's a really good example where we can articulate really clearly the process we're going through of consulting across the community in order to ensure we understand the cultural values for Aboriginal people, as well as obviously future economic value that they may see in the reserve as well, and talking with all the other groups so that we can bring those things together and then sit down with people and say, this is what our planning is, what do you all think? Are we headed in the right direction? Are we addressing the concerns that we've heard that you've raised with us as an organisation?
The visitation rates were, spectacularly impressive in terms of young people, or I can't keep getting the age group wrong. I think it was 28-year-olds to 36-year-olds. The increase, apparently it's Instagram, is what's called. I don't know. I'm sure it's other things, but apparently trends on Instagram may be partly responsible. All my selfies didn't work, but anyway, somebody else's clearly did. But this idea that, culture is changing to some extent amongst that, particularly that cohort, and it stands to reason. I think there's all these other social kind of determinatives around why our national park estate would be more utilised, more visited than previous generations. We've heard evidence in this inquiry, particularly from people, apparently birdos is this, it's a really, there's a resurgence of birdos, and particularly young males, it seems like. It's their thing, and they're very keen to do it and get out. One of the things that we heard is that there aren't enough places for people to go. I know that there's this kind of myth out there that our national park estate's massive, but it is, as you say, only less than 10% of the whole state. What is national parks, what are you doing in terms of recognising that massive increase in visitation, the concerns that people have in terms of being able to have more places, access to more places, to go across the landscape? What is national parks in a position where it can respond to these things?
I think it's an area where we probably could do better. Someone recently raised with me the enormous economic growth that they've seen in, for example, the US through bird watching economy, and for us, our reserves in Western New South Wales are very good places to go to undertake bird watching, and we have bird hides, and we're very conscious of promoting the birds that are in those reserves as part of our current thinking about opportunities for visitor experiences in Western New South Wales. There's a range of things we're considering, including four-wheel drive touring opportunities, but bird watching is definitely one that we should be considering as part of that as well.
And does I know this is, but just say if you can't answer it. But do you think national parks could be, if it had more resources, would it be in a position to be able to execute those resources to enable and allow greater visitation capacity and greater visitation promotion?
That's visitation of bird watchers.
Of any, some people might like looking at paddy melons and bettongs and things like that, all the things.
I guess we feel like our visitation is very healthy, and with the defined resources we have, we're very keen to see people coming into national parks. In a way, one of the things we're trying to do is even out the visitation. Maybe use our resources to encourage people to go to places where there's less visitors, because we're really concerned that in the future we might find a situation where the parks that are highly visited will become, the experience will be impacted by the numbers of people who are visiting. But obviously we're very keen to have as many people as possible in our parks.
And what about, so at the moment there's the consultation on changes and increases to camping fees. Are you in any position to be able to give any indication about what submissions are looking like, or and what those changes may?
I can't reflag the changes, but I can say that we got some very really great submissions, and we got a range of points of view, and numbers of issues were raised, and we are considering them. The reason there's been a delay is because we have taken those submissions very seriously, and we've needed to go back and have a look deeply at the proposal in light of the submissions that we've received. So we definitely are on the path to having something that will reflect what we heard from the people that put the submissions in.
And then just the other one I wanted to ask you about was invasive species management across the park. What does the relationship look like with national parks and, say, Crown lands, and where you're, with your neighbours in terms of, and particularly state or council neighbours? Do you work together? Do you have joint invasive species management plans, that sort of thing? Or is national parks very much no, we've just got to look after our estate and we're maybe a little bit on the edges?
Oh, not at all. No, not at all. I'm just looking, since March 23, we have removed 209,740 feral animals from our parks and reserves. But we do that in a way that's coordinated across the landscape. In 2025, we released a feral animal. We released feral animal and weed management strategies, outlining a strategic risk-based approach to achieving conservation and biosecurity outcomes. Really importantly, these strategies are aligned with our statutory responsibilities with the New South Wales Invasive Species Plan 23-28 and with the Regional Strategic Pest Animal Management and Weed Management Plans. So our plans fall under that hierarchy, and we work really closely with local land services, actually with private landowners at times, and other government landowners to ensure that the effort that we're putting in is coordinated and that the cross-tenure issues are considered.
Thank you.
Mr. Barrett?
I have 1,000 more questions.
Put them on notice, it's all right.
I will.
Mr. Barrett?
Well, that 200,000, this isn't where I was going to go, but I'll pick it up. The 200,000 feral animals you removed, did that mean feral animal numbers are increasing or decreasing in national parks?
We're very, very much of the view that that they're decreasing. We've increased our effort significantly since 2020. We're making significantly more investment in that work. And the numbers that we are picking up they demonstrate the success of the program, and we aim to continue to deliver feral animal control programs at that level to ensure that the reduction that we're achieving is sustained over time. Obviously, as you all would appreciate, with feral animal control programs, that cross tenure, that coordinated approach is so important because clearly those animals are moving across the landscape without any recognition of tenure boundaries.
So pig numbers, etc., deer numbers are decreasing in national parks. Is that what you said before?
What I said was that we have increased our effort significantly, and that we're seeing large numbers of feral animals being removed. We don't have a count for the feral animals that we still have in the reserves. So it's really about accounting for effort and ensuring that increased effort is sustained over time.
You also, if I come back also to the report on the camping fees,
Yes.
you said you're on the path to that. Do you know when there will be some sort of response? Have we got a timeline?
No, unfortunately, I don't have a timeline. I'm not able to give you that.
As far as the visitation that we've also touched on before, have you got a breakdown by region?
Yes, we do. I'm sorry, I haven't got it available right now, but we can definitely provide you a breakdown of what parks and what regions those visitors are coming to.
Great, thank you. Can I touch on Crown Lands, please? The Crown's Land, the agreement licence fees, the $657, I think that is. What do users of Crown Lands get for that fee?
I think you might be referring to our statutory minimum fee for a licence or other tenure.
I think that's it, yes. We heard evidence about it before about council was saying they had to pay the licence fee to go on to showgrounds, for instance, to do repairs.
Yeah.
So I just wondered more broadly, what is the return to community groups in particular, your show society, Camp Art, Pony Club? What do they get in return for that money, given that a lot of the infrastructure on these lands has been built and paid for by these organisations through sausage sizzles and cake drives?
Mm-hmm. Okay. Do you want me to start and you can elaborate? So the statutory minimum rent amount is based on an estimate of what our administrative costs would be from administering our entire tenure system. So it's worked out as what the sort of baseline cost would be to keep the entire system running. It's not linked particularly to the specific reserve. As for what that helps fund, it would be a lot of the activities that are occurring within my colleague Greg Sullivan's space from a land management perspective, the systems that we administer, the frameworks that we use to regulate and undertake compliance activities, tenure monitoring, those sorts of administrative functions. Anything else that you would add to that, Greg?
Yeah, just a couple of things, Christina. So in terms of those services, there are a range of services provided by our regional teams in particular. To give you a few examples, we undertake audits across the parcels of Crown Estate in terms of tenure audits, just to make sure that we've got compliance with the overall licensing framework. We spend a lot of time resolving disputes and assisting licensees and indeed lessees to be able to navigate their way through both the Crown Land Management Act, but as well as that planning regimes which might apply if they want to undertake development. So there's a lot of time spent assisting tenure holders who might be trying to achieve something on the Crown Estate, whether that's building a building or undertaking a new activity. We, as I said, work with neighbours as well as the Crown Land tenure holders to be able to resolve issues about boundaries, access, issues that might relate to historical problems like encroachments. So there's a range of different activities in terms of managing the estate that are occurring sort of behind the scenes all the time, as well as when you get emergency type situations, those same teams are helping to respond to the recovery process after disasters.
Would you have, I guess, first of all, when you talk about the audits and the audits of licences and that sort of thing, can you sort of explain that as if you're explaining to someone in a pony club, but there's a lot of government words in there. What does that actually mean for them? What is their benefit from that they're paying this money for?
Well, as my colleague said, we basically have a framework that we manage the Crown Estate within. And that framework supports about 50,000 tenures. Now, those tenures are licences, thousands and thousands of licences, leases. We've also got Crown land managers. We've got the systems and the software applications necessary to hold all that information and then be able to deal with the tens of thousands of transactions, inquiries, and disputes and other issues that arise. So, whilst it's challenging when you're the person in the pony club to understand how the whole operation is occurring, we're trying to support an entire framework that supports about 500,000 parcels of Crown land. And on any given day, there will be literally hundreds of issues occurring across the estate. So it's an extremely fragmented estate. It's very contested, as you're aware. There are a lot of issues arising on a day-to-day basis. It's got tens of thousands of assets, many of which are in very ordinary conditions, some of them dangerous, so we're constantly responding to emergency situations, an unsafe bridge, a building that's about to fall down, a landslip, an unsafe access to a beach. So we're constantly responding to try to maintain public safety as our number one priority, but also then to facilitate access to the estate, to respond to questions. As an example, my group alone gets 13,000 inquiries per year. So to the person in the pony club, it's hard to understand perhaps because you're worried about your piece of land. But at a system level, we've got 500,000 parcels to try to maintain and manage, and tens of thousands of interactions going on every year. So it's a big complex operation to be able to actually maintain the estate and to keep access as free and as easy to manage as possible for people to be able to enjoy.
Does that mean then that the public safety at the showground, or let's say showground, is the responsibility of Crown Lands or the Show Society or Council?
Well, the way it works is the underlying tenure is Crown land. So it's land owned by the state of New South Wales on behalf of the people of New South Wales. There are three basic pillars to the way we manage the estate. The first of those is the directly managed land. That's managed by the department, so through Crown Lands directly. The second is the leased estate. There's about 6,500 to 7,000 leases. Some of them, about 6,000 of them perpetual, about 600 to 700 term leases. And in that case, it'll be the lessee's responsibility in the first instance. And then the third pillar is the Crown Land managers, which the examples you've given, it will often be a Crown Land manager. It might be the statutory land manager that's looking after the showground. It might be the council that's responsible for the particular reserve. Now, in the first instance, if it's a statutory land manager or a Crown Land manager, then day-to-day responsibility for the care and management and control of the land will sit with the Crown Land manager. However, the reality is that in many instances they might need assistance. And so that's where my teams will be working with the statutory land manager, let's say the showground manager. If they've got an issue which is dangerous, for example, a building that's unsafe, we will work with them to make sure that firstly it's cordoned off or propped up or whatever we have to do to make it safe, and then we'll work with them to assist with finding whatever funding we can manage to put in place to actually address the issue. So it's a partnership. That's the approach is, it's a partnership. Obviously, if it's the lessees, well, the lessees have leases which set out what their responsibilities are, and in the first instance, we'd expect them to be able to address the issue. If they can't, then we'll look at what has to be done to make it safe. And in the case of the directly managed Crown land, it's the department. And we'll seek funding, as we do every single year through the budget process, to address whatever the highest safety risks are across the estate.
I can open one more door, Chair, if that's all right.
Yep.
The Western pastoral leases, what are the prohibitors or hurdles that would need to be overcome to have these converted to freehold lease?
Well, it's a statutory basis for those leases, so the conversion process is laid out in the Act, and there have been hundreds of conversions that have been processed by Crown Lands over the last several years. There's not a huge amount of discretion really in terms of there's a statutory process of assessment which has to be followed. There are certain criteria which are examined. They either meet it, see for example it might be to do with soil capability. That's one of the key ones, is soil capability. So scientific assessment is undertaken, submissions are received from the existing lessees, and then an assessment is made as to whether or not it's eligible or not for conversion. If it's eligible, then the conversion process is undertaken. If it's not eligible, the advice will be given back to the lessee.
Is there a preference? Would you like to see more of this leased land turned into a freehold lease, or is there a preference to maintain it as is under the current leasehold regime?
That's a policy decision for the government of the day.
I'll sit quiet for a bit, Chair, if you like.
Thanks, Mr. Barrett. I might just fire off a few. Ms. Stevens, try to just go back to those pest numbers, and perhaps you could take this on notice if you don't have them to hand. But from 2020 to 2020, let's say 2025, because we're only not even halfway through 2026. What are the pest figures that you've taken out of national parks and the corresponding costs to do that for each of those years? And perhaps can you also do it on weed management as well?
Sure.
I don't know whether you can actually quantify how many weeds you've pulled out of national parks, or
we can certainly report on effort.
Yeah.
So that would be fine.
However you represent that effort in terms of for weeds, I'm not too sure. You mentioned in your opening statement there's over 10,000 kilometres of road. As of now, as of today, can you tell us how much of that road is either temporarily closed or in a permanent state of closure? I'm happy for you to take that on notice. If you don't expect you to pull that.
I might just briefly say that 10,000 kilometres is the road network that's open to private vehicles. We close our network, parts of our network sometimes because we need to do maintenance and repairs because of emergency situations like bushfires, or because of flooding, or occasionally because there's some sort of recreational event going on, which means that we don't want vehicles on the roads. All of those temporary short-term closures, which are part of our regular park management, go up on our website. So anybody right now, we could get a report from our website, and it would tell you how many notifications there are. And as I say, that would all be short-term. It'd be rare for us to have a long-term road closure unless it's because it's a long-term assignment to be able to restore it to whatever condition it was in. But we can definitely provide you with those figures, yes.
Thank you. We have heard evidence through this inquiry from concerned recreational users that temporary closures turn into permanent closures because there isn't the required funding to fix those closures up, or it's deemed not viable or not beneficial to fix those closures up, so it's just essentially easier to make them permanent closures. Can you give us a sense of what is the average time for a temp closure? Not the ones where you would close for an actual event, but for a maintenance reason. So what would be the average time for a temp closure of that nature, and what's probably the longest outstanding temp closure you have?
Normally it would be in months, and probably less than 6 months. But we do have some examples at the moment where there's been a sustained closure because of the technical difficulties. And obviously we do operate within a finite resource envelope. But we do have some instances where there are technical difficulties which have meant that the roads have been closed for 18 months, that kind of time frame. We could provide you with a report on that as well.
Yeah, that would be good, and obviously provide whatever context you need around those closures that have taken longer than you've expected because of those complications. When you decide to restrict access, is there something that you can point to us to understand what evidence you have to use to guide that decision? Is there something legislated or in regulations or policy that mandates, a minimum standard of evidence you need to make a decision?
Are you talking about a permanent road closure?
Either a permanent road closure or a restriction of an activity in a certain area, or a particular part, like what guides?
So we have a regulatory framework, as you know, the legislation, the regulation. The regulation determines access to parks and restrictions that we can make. Under the Act, we have classifications, and the Act outlines what activities are appropriate in different classifications. But for us, the main way we would approach a situation where we wanted to close a road which had previously been publicly available would generally be through a plan of management process. Plan of management, as you probably know, are statutory documents, and we are required to consult with the community about any changes that we make or what goes into a plan. In order to close a road, it would need to be in the plan of management. So we would talk to a range of community members in preparing a draft plan, and then the draft plan would go on public exhibition, and people would have the opportunity to make submissions.
And in those draft plans, I'm getting to a bit of granular level, but in those draft plans, is there minimum standards that you have to adhere to in terms of what should be included in those draft plans, or what feeds into those draft plans? Like, do you have to do social and economic impact studies, on the proposed changes you plan to make in those plans of management? I'm just trying to get a sense of what feeds into those plans.
So the legislation's quite prescriptive about what we need to consider in preparing those plans, and when the Minister considers the submissions and the proposed final plan of management, she looks very closely at whether all the things that are outlined in the legislation have been addressed in preparing the plan. So yes, it's legislated.
Okay. Just one final one before I might hand to Ms. Burton. You obviously touched on the fact that you've got finite resources, and going back to those road closures, how often are you recommending closures on roads because you don't have the resources you need to
It's not something that we would normally do. We do prioritise funding, but we don't generally. The reason we would close a road and it becomes part of our management trail or our fire trail network and no longer have public access would be because we've done the work, we've restored the road to the standard required for it to be able to provide access for management or firefighting purposes, and through a plan of management process, we've tested with the community the proposal to close the road in order to ensure that that road maintains that standard so that it can be used for the purposes that we need it for, or that the Rural Fire Service needs it for. I'm sure you're aware that we have access fire trail plans, FAFT plans, which are developed by bushfire management committees. On those committees, they talk about what's required for safe access for firefighters into parks.
And so you effectively downgrade a road from a public access road to a fire trail through that plan of management process?
Through a plan of management process.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Merton?
Thank you very much, and to the four of you. If I could direct my question to Ms. Stevens, you spoke earlier about in terms of Kosciuszko National Park. You spoke earlier about the work around invasive species management.
Yes.
I raised the issue around the aerial culling relating to brumbies, and I note that the recent data provided by National Parks and Wildlife relating to brumby numbers. Is that a responsibility of national parks in terms of relating to the aerial culling and the counting of the brumbies and reporting on brumby numbers?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And Ms. Stevens, I note that in the latest count, the brumby numbers came in at 6,476 and 16,411, sort of that range. And I guess I just ask about, there's views contesting the integrity of the data, the methodology, and I appreciate that this has been a long-standing issue for many members of the Brumby Alliance community in there. I was wondering if you had anything to say just in terms of the data that's being presented to the public, given the absolute gap in this. There's sort of possibly questionable 10,000 horses missing in terms of numbers.
I wouldn't be able to comment on that today, but we can definitely provide you with information that would answer your question and provide you with the information you've just requested.
Yeah, thank you. And Ms. Stevens, as you're probably aware, the claim is then put that the official population numbers, as provided, as I've stated, defy the natural breeding biology of wild horses. That they don't believe that there's any way every brumby was foaling, including stallions, that they could ever reach that number.
I'd be happy to provide information that responds to that.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, thank you. And if I could probably just a third one on that, and happy for you to take this on notice, just relating the integrity of the data and the methodology. Do national parks, and this is sort of my old accounting days, is there an auditor or is there a second opinion or is there anything on to check that data?
We contract independent a contractor to do the work, right, and then we send it away for peer review by people who are completely independent, academic institutions that are completely independent of parks, and that is the process we go through in order to peer review or audit the work that's been done by the contractor.
Okay, all right. And if I could get those details in terms
Absolutely.
of I would very much value those. Thank you. And if I could just ask another question just around national parks, and I'm just reminding myself just in terms of the terms of reference of public access to public lands and waterways here. And I was wondering if there might have been anything further around horse riding access and natural trails and national parks. What would be the park's position on that?
Horse riding is part of the recreational use spectrum that we have in national parks, and we consider requests. Most horse riding in parks is something that's been there for a while. It's normally an ongoing activity, but if we get any requests for access for horse riders, we consider that in the context of the rest of a plan of management process. But we have numbers of parks, including, of course, the Bicentennial Trail, which meanders through quite a number of parks and reserves in our national parks estate. But we consider all that as part of the plan of management process.
Thank you. And Ms. Stevens, this is probably part of what you're referring to there in terms of the New South Wales strategic directions for horse riding with an aim to expand riding opportunities. And I'm happy for you to take this on notice. I guess the issue is how many kilometres of new trails have been formally opened to riders, compared to the closure of trails that over the last 5 years that riders have reported.
So that document's not a parks document.
All right.
What we have
Yep.
is, as we do, we have numbers of park management policies, and we have horse riding policies and bike policies and four-wheel drive. I don't think we do have a four-wheel drive policy, but we're working on one. So we have policies that guide us in making decisions about recreational use in parks.
Okay, thank you. And you've probably answered this question, but in terms of there were reportings of the wilderness horse riding trials. Would have that been operated under national parks or was separate to you?
I don't have any knowledge of that, I'm sorry.
I'll come back to that one.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you so much.
No worries.
Just quickly before I throw to Mr. Barrett, you're talking about a forward drive policy you're working on. You mentioned that a couple of times. Are you consulting with the New South Wales and ACT Forward Drive Association on that, or is it going through that broader body that has them on as a rep?
A good example would be when we developed a bike riding in national parks policy, and we did extensive consultation with all the bike riding groups, as well as, of course, talking to all our stakeholder groups, our conservationists and bushwalkers and everybody who uses parks, and we would always take the same approach in developing any policy. I think we're still at the very early stage. We haven't really even stepped into the policy stage, and the first thing we'll do is talk with all the four-wheel drive groups that we have relationships with, including the ones you mentioned.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Barrett?
If I can come back to the Crown Lands, I think, Mr. Duffy, if I may, in relation to the licence fee, how much more expensive is it for you to manage, say, 5 users on a Crown Land parcel as opposed to 1?
Well, we wouldn't have data to be able to break it down to that level of analysis in terms of the relative cost. I mean, our starting point is we try to encourage multiple use wherever we can. So that's one of our principles and contained in the Act. So that's what we're trying to achieve, is multiple use. But the overriding objective is that we have to take into account environment, economic, social and cultural aspects and considerations in trying to balance those competing uses.
Because I'm just, a lot of the sort of things that you said that the Crown Lands do in relation to that, as far as derailment, disaster recovery, the safety of buildings, neighbour disputes, a lot of those are the same whether there's 1 user or 10 users. Would that be fair?
Well, yes, I guess that's the case. It's for the benefit of the entire system and everybody who uses it, including the public who happen to just walk along a beach, for example, because that's Crown Land as well. So
I wondered, to help me, would you be able to some way provide examples of where you have stepped in those spaces? Some of the areas that you said you do get involved in before. Is there a way that you can provide us an example to help us understand what that role is?
Can certainly provide lots of examples. I mean, right off the top of my head, I could say we have stepped in to make safe dangerous bridges, to resolve encroachments which have led to disputes between neighbours, to remove people who are unlawfully trespassing on the Crown Estate, to fix roads after disasters, to keep aerodromes open. I mean, the Crown Estate is so vast that there's virtually no category of asset you won't find. Tunnels, bridges, aerodromes, roads, you name it, it's on the Crown Estate. Hundreds and hundreds of heritage assets. So there's numerous examples I could provide, if you wish, about the way we intervene to try to keep the estate safe and accessible to the community.
Is it possible to narrow that down to examples on showgrounds?
Yes, we can provide.
I'm not asking you to do it now, but if there's something, because I also appreciate there might be privacy and that sort of stuff with this as well. So I just wonder if that's something you could provide.
Yes, certainly. We do a lot of work with showground statutory land managers and councils who manage showgrounds across the estate as well. There's about 200 odd showgrounds, I think, from memory, and we're involved in assisting those showground statutory land managers in lots of different ways, whether it's, for example, putting in funding grants and assisting them with putting funding grants in so they can secure funding, or whether it's dealing with a particularly hazardous building, like there's one down at the Narandra Showground at the moment where we're assisting, or whether it's resolving disputes between the management committees, which there's lots of as well across the Crown Estate, trying to help them work together so that the showgrounds run efficiently and effectively for the whole community.
Yeah, that sounds great. If you could pull a couple of them together, that'd be really useful. Thank you.
Certainly.
Can I just finish on national parks, if that's okay? We've talked a little bit about the expansion of, people wanting more national parks. There has been some comment to that in this discussion. I just wanted, do national parks have specific targets of what you're trying to reach there?
What we have is we have targets around the conservation values of the parks. We have, there are biodiversity regions, and what we're trying to do is reach a certain percentage of all the different ecosystems and biodiversity systems across the state, so that there is representation, appropriate representation in the park system for those ecosystems. So it's not a hectare target. It's more about meeting our biodiversity targets, but it's also about ensuring that important areas of Aboriginal cultural heritage are also protected within the reserve system. Our reserve system is the highest level of protection and conservation that can be afforded to natural and cultural values in New South Wales. So it's important that the area of high conservation value, and as I say, it's not about hectares at all. It's about ensuring that it's a representative reserve system, and all the values are captured.
So that's pleasing for me to hear, that it's not about the hectares, it's about the value. Does that not contradict the 30 by 30 targets, which seems to be just chasing hectares?
30 by 30 is a Commonwealth target, and we are part of that process. But I think people would acknowledge that in New South Wales, 30 by 30 is an aspirational target, and it's something. For us, our focus is definitely on ensuring that it's an adequate and representative reserve system. But we are, of course, part of a 30 by 30 at a national level, because in some states they've in fact exceeded 30 in terms of some of the land areas that's reserved, and I think that's a realistic way for New South Wales to be viewing it.
Thank you. I'm conscious of the time, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Just one, do you have any, just one final one, Ms Stevens, you mentioned in your opening statement 1/3 of the national parks are in joint management. Do you have any plans or milestones that you have that you can share with us around growing that at all?
We have for some years been working on developing a new Aboriginal joint management framework for New South Wales. I think it's fair to say that we would like to see all of the national parks in New South Wales under some form of joint management arrangement with Aboriginal people. Having access to country and having the opportunity to spend time and be part of the management decisions around national parks is such an important thing for Aboriginal people in so many ways, that national parks is always actively working towards formal and informal arrangements where Aboriginal people, who are very important partners, are involved in decision making and future decision making, as well as being actively involved in being on country as part of park management activities.
Thank you for that. Well, that pretty much takes us to 4:30, so thank you very much for your time this afternoon. Suffice to say, I think you did take quite a few questions on notice, and the Secretariat will be in touch regarding those or any supplementary questions we have, so thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So that concludes the hearing. I don't think